Okay, maybe the third time's the charm. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern and all of our technical difficulties. We're going to go ahead and just jump right into the recap where we don't have the announcements. So, alright. Scabbard, start us off on the recap.
Okay. Well, after Cryerbell was slain, Scav and the family were summoned to speak with a ancient red dragon. They found out that this dragon was their adopted mother, Kodos. However, they also found out that Mother Kodos is also the one who killed Ithos. Left Scav with some sadness, a bit of betrayal, but also understanding. Made a solemn vow to the gods. Went back to the workshop with the family after speaking with Kippa and Surmir, asking for training and guidance, and learned the history of his mother's sword via Nikolai's Identify. He was trying to attune to it via divinity, since it was divine magic, and to try and recover it when the mimic attacked after he placed his other belongings into the chest, while his brother was attempted to identify it again. Yeah, he's going through some serious emotional and psychological trauma right now.
You forgot about the food fight?
Oh, that's right. There was also a food fight that happened as well. A bit of a tradition amongst the family, and apparently a tradition of the Obscura. Yeah, it's more or less just a bunch of really bad news, just constantly onslaught on top of him.
My God. A reason to brood. Does that make Scav happier?
Just open your mouth, you can go next moment.
I'm kind of crestfallen right now.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry, Sophie. Yeah, I'm gonna wind up forgetting a bunch of shit, so.
She's good at filling in all the shit that people forget.
Yeah.
Because she remembers everything. I'm surprised she's not playing like an elephant or something.
Loxodon was a thought.
Stay the fuck. If you ever play Loxodon, stay the fuck away from my character's spellbooks.
There's a story there. Also, this guy has a raging hard-on for Loxodons. They're amazing. Yeah, like, oh, Loxodon this, Loxodon that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, shut the fuck up. Dude, at this point, it's becoming just a fetish. You're a see one in town and you're like, oh. Scabbard's like, just runs after it. Booty, 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 booty.
And how did the infidelity happen?
Anyway, manga. Recap.
Oh. Scabbard learned finger guns.
He would not betray his trust.
Kippa would transfer Mir in the middle of the night, and her father.
Oh.
Ever seen the kobold in Wishbone?
God. Oh, yeah. So, we did finally wind up talking to that ancient red dragon.
Such happy music for this.
Yeah. Which was very enlightening. Many things revealed, more questions than answered, which is par for the course.
Par for the course.
Yeah.
What are you complaining about, man?
That's the way we run things. Yeah, so it turns out she got to know the family pretty damn well. Knew the Obscura, made a few deals with them. And then we find out that one of those deals was from Scav's mom to keep the kids safe. At least the remaining 4 that were still hanging around.
There you go.
That's a little bit better.
Yeah. Of course, none of the kids remember a big-ass ancient red dragon wearing jewelry. And that's when we found out that the stone giant that kind of ran the orphanage and that basically took on the mother role for the family.
No, it was really Cayenne that figured it out and Kit said, "Hey, you guys."
Yeah.
Hey, you guys!
Wow, you got cheddar on that one. Yeah, when Cayenne clued in the rest of the family, that they were raised by an ancient red dragon pretending to be a stone giant. Mongo did apologize for the mess he's about to make in the new collection he's going to be starting because of said mess.
Dude, you don't have to collect their underwear after you kill them.
Ew. No. I would not do that. I'm collecting their cloaks. I want to study them, find out what makes those cloaks. Maybe the key to their power. I'm going to turn them into one of their greatest fucking weaknesses. Yeah, got to. Coolest part for me. Got to see Sunny's wizard test. And holy fuck, that was cool. She turned a big ass bucket of water into a solid cube of copper. And then turned into something that the high elf that was running the test had to eliminate because it started wiggling on its own.
Sunny's response.
Yeah. Which basically translates to, "You're not going to harvest my organs again, are you?"
No, she said that before the test started.
Yeah.
And then post-test, she headed off on her own.
Yeah, she needed some time to recover
And
because she
heard
doesn't.
Scabbard refer to her as them.
It, actually.
Yeah,
It.
it, which fucking pissed me and Mongo off. But yeah, she doesn't know how to gauge how much energy she's putting in, so she just kind of, okay, here's all of it, to the point where it's actually hurting her. So she's not entirely sure if she wants to take the wizardy route or not. Mongo suggested maybe like a little bit just to kind of learn some control. That conversation was not shared with the rest of the family. But yeah. Then sometime after we got everybody, yeah, Kippa scared the fuck out of everybody. We didn't realize she was like 2 feet fuzzy of intimidation.
His big sparkly eyes and fuzzy fur and absolute adorableness.
Unless you make her mad. Almost got kicked out of the fucking city until Kippa decided to change their minds.
Which nobody really knows anything about except for Cayenne.
Yep. Mongo found out what exactly it is that his parents' city does, which is really fucking cool. Well, yeah, the entire family, extended advisors, all that fun stuff, got together for the traditional big-ass feast, which then turned into the traditional food fight. And
That's where Nikolai got his face rearranged by someone.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like during the meal.
and yeah, Kippa borrowed a crossbow from Surmir, which I don't know if he knew that he got robbed or not, which is really impressive and kind of terrifying that Kippa can rob him.
Or he just knows better than to defy Kippa.
There's that too. I'm not really sure if she, like, he may have like, oh, okay, it's Kippa. She's taking my crossbow.
Is she
I'll
starting
let
to get
her.
that motherly presence?
Yeah.
Be more like, she's got that kind of presence. I'm gonna wear your eyelids as an eye patch.
The
Yeah.
Empress wants my crossbow. She can have it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, did tell Sir Mir to listen to Kippa.
He's gonna do it regardless.
Yeah. And the food fight was fun and much needed.
You got turkey.
Yep. And then scared shitless by Feisty. And then after that, we went back and started identifying a few things,
Yeah.
which turns out that, yeah, there's another bird in the party now. Just great, nothing wrong there.
Did you get to meet the new and improved Nipsey and be terrified out of your fucking
Yeah,
mind?
Nipsey evolved.
Into hooks and needles.
Yeah,
Hellraiser has been introduced.
yeah, the mushroom-themed Hellraiser is now Nipsey
has left the
2.0.
party. Hooksy has joined the party.
Yeah.
Plants a lot.
Yes.
Did you say plants a lot?
No,
Oh.
Lance a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and then found out about the twins' daggers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been added to the inventory, by the way.
Yes.
Do not equip it. It's just there. Alright. Yeah. What about you, Nikolai?
Again, not a whole lot.
See, this is how uneventful the last session was. It just proves it to me how uneventful it was.
There's a lot that happened, but Nikolai didn't do anything. He just heard stuff.
Then remember what you heard and tell them.
Exactly what you just said.
Well, just try to do it, but better. My recaps kind of suck, bud, if you haven't noticed.
We opened the session with us in the presence of a giant red dragon. After some discussion, I'm trying to figure out what kind of information we can get from them, which really wasn't much. It was revealed by Cayenne kind of identifying some mannerisms of the dragon, that dragon was their adopted mother. And then it was revealed to us, or we started catching on as well. And then so we then continued to have a more informal kind of like, who the fuck are you kind of discussion with her.
Oh, yeah, that's also when Nikolai went, hey, Mom, look what I can do.
Yeah. And once the realization that was mother, it kind of became very kind of mellow and not so overly like stern and dramatic.
Except for one person that was there.
Yeah, I mean, she told the story about how Ethos came to her, the third choice, and bargained something so that Kodos would take care of the remaining children, and also bargained to end her suffering, I guess. And then we had a pretty lively discussion where the kids start just sharing their adventures with Kodos.
Kodos kind of informed you she knew of all the trouble you guys got in.
Knew of every little screw up, knew of every achievement, every heartache,
Every,
every tear shed, every
scowl.
scowl. She knew it all.
Charles gave you guys a hero's feast, too.
Yeah,
Yes, she did.
That did not turn into a food fight.
That did not turn into a food
Would you really start a food fight with your mother?
fight.
It was tradition.
It was tradition.
I would have kindly asked her if she would partake in a food fight
Well,
with us.
if I remember correctly, she usually starts it by throwing the first thing.
Yes, but this would be more of on a respect thing. Is we hadn't seen her since we left. I'd be like, for old time's sake, because I don't know if we'll see you again. Food fight? You just ask, food fight?
And then I don't remember exactly. And then I guess we had meetings with the console, where we ended ended up having another food fight.
You sorted out between Rev and
Oh yeah, sorted out the issue between Wraith and Prairie as far as like what their responsibility and job
and you're
roles
like,
are.
and you specifically said you're not allowed to stab me, and she's like, okay, I won't stab you.
And then I realized, oh fuck. I promised I won't stab you. Why'd you have to emphasize the I part?
You have your own spy ring now, actually.
Yeah, I have a master spy, I guess, working with me now. Apparently, she has quite a reputation amongst the realm, so which is actually pretty cool.
I know for just stabbing people.
She tends to do that.
She's got to make her point somehow.
And then ended the
Somebody
conference
had to
with
say.
the console in a food fight. And then we went back to the house and started identifying stuff. Found out some details about Itho's sword stuck in the wall. And then had Scav put all the stuff in the chest because Scav didn't tell like anything about the chest. I thought it was just a chest.
That's all I knew too. It was just a chest.
Except it had a magical password. And then was going to just identify everything in the chest and circle around the chest because, it's there. I can identify everything. And it turned into a mimic. And that's last I recall of what Nikolai was involved in.
Okay, Cayenne. I've given you enough time to have some lunch. You're up.
Now that I've eaten all of my buffalo chicken pretzels.
Crunch, 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 crunch.
Yeah. Cayenne didn't get into too much. Last session, a lot of conversations outside of seeing the ancient red dragon / mother, Kodos, which Cayenne was easy to pick up on those mannerisms because that was all too familiar.
I mean, natural 20s help.
That too.
I'm sorry, what? What are those?
Hey,
told a couple of them.
it's when you get, the natural 20 on a die, and everybody celebrates because you got a natural 20. We celebrate a lot more when you get one because they're so rare for you. It's the opposite of the one that you're familiar with.
Oh, got it. Okay, what?
Anyway, carry on.
Should have led with that.
Hey, look at it this way. If it weren't for some of those ones, truthfully, some of the chaos that happened within our party probably wouldn't happen.
I don't know if that's supposed to make me feel better or not.
I actually got through editing that episode where the dwarves walked past you and you were leaning against a cow drunk. Memories. Petting flowers.
Petting the roses.
Anyway, carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
You're good. After finding out that the red dragon is in fact Kodos, she did change her form to that stone giant form that we were all so familiar with. We were able to exchange hugs and our accomplishments, and she told us she knew everything. And I mean everything. After conversations were done and she needed to go on her way, we had a hero's feast. We ate and departed from there. She did tell us about why she was there in the first place. That being from the favor from Ithos, Scav's mom, to protect the children that were alive.
Also, Humphrey calling in a favor.
Yeah.
Which we still have.
And not exactly being the same ever since.
Mm-mm.
You found out more about Humphrey.
Yeah.
And then found out that Kodos was also the reason that Ithos died, but it was out of bargain and basically a plea and to protect the children in a way. after all of that was said and done, we went back to the council. I waited until Kippa was free and had a private conversation with her. Learned about a very special condition.
Got another grenade dropped in your lap.
Yep. Then when we went back to the table, I definitely made it pretty well known that I was not a fan of the clerics or the staff that want to keep her on the smallest leash possible when it comes to her having any kind of fun or what she eats. Fuck those guys.
The cleric and the paladin are basically on permanent charge with others to observe her 24/7, make sure she's okay.
Yep, and I don't like them. Because I think that they're too restrictive. They could be a little more lax.
You're not allowed to have this, and this.
But before I could even, like, say a word to them or even get a gesture out, a food fight started.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
And then after we got all of that cleaned up, when all of that was done, we went back to the household.
Kippa
And
used the AoE version of precipitation, which Mongo's like, that's not fair.
she is very,
Which one
very,
of them?
very well versed in,
I think
many
it was actually
language.
Alufa that did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. It was a loofah. But went back to the house and, as always, trouble was started. Because Cayenne was with Osling and Alufa off in a different room explaining what had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Eventually found out that the mushrooms were building up because they didn't know how actual basic lines worked.
yeah, they didn't understand that, there's no top to a square drawn on the ground. But, you do you. Just destroy the floor, I guess.
Do you want them to figure that out? Because then it won't work anymore.
They somehow were able to make basically Nipsey 2.0 with those hellish hooks that billow out from its cap and a hypodermic needle for the stalk. So,
And hypnotic patterns.
yeah.
Just latches onto like the warble of the
It's-
socket and
it's-
just keeps hypnotic pattern
it's-
going in as it lands in the eyeball.
It's a legitimate, it's a hypnotic death.
Okay, so it's just Clockwork Orange.
It's a literal
Fungi.
tranquilizing dart.
Yeah, but imagine if it just punctured so smoothly that you can see it just eventually feel it hit the back of the nerve.
Where did they do that in this place?
Dead Space is a lot more gruesome.
Yeah.
That is such a violent scene that you have to get out of, and it's like, oh my god.
And the worst part is you're doing it to yourself.
Yeah. So, we're picking up the session with the two boys.
Oh, yeah.
I was off in another room. I don't know what is going on with them.
Yeah, you're with Mongo and yeah. And this chest lunges at you, filled with razor-sharp edges, hissing violently, followed by a loud clank on the ground. If you guys want, you can roll a survival to see if you possibly hear this.
So it would be.
It's a 14.
That's a 5.
Wow. Fuck. Osling and, your sister both rolled a 2. And your sister rolled an 8, so she doesn't care.
I rolled a 3.
Alrighty.
So clearly, survival instincts aren't that much in Munchkin Tabaxi land.
I mean, in your defense, you
How
are in
did you both roll
a
initiative?
relatively safe space. You said initiative? Modify 20.
I'm on 10.
Nice. This is gonna be fun. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah, let's fucking go.
That could be good or bad.
Alright. I need a calculator.
Nikolai would be full size right now. In comparison.
Okay.
So he is ready to go.
So let's see here. I'm entirely armored. I'm aware.
He would not be tiny Nikolai because that's just inconvenient as fuck.
So what
Okay,
you're saying is
so
it's
let's
not
see.
cold outside.
So you take 9 bite damage. Or, no, 19.
Oh God!
Plus, let's see. You're like, oh God. Plus 13 acid damage as this thing bites down on you.
Damn.
Latches right on your shoulder, and you hear the slight crunch of bone.
It's 19 and 13.
Yep. 13 of that's acid damage.
Is there a bone in Skev's body he hasn't broken yet?
That fucking hurt.
That's
Your
a
arm
good
is
question.
inside of this thing. It's just like the mashing metal is just grinding in. You can feel just scraping against the bone, just barely missing that major artery there.
And now you are disarmed.
And you hear screaming all of a sudden from down the hall.
So I take it this chest is probably what? 4 feet long, 2.5 feet, 3 feet wide, 2.5 feet, 3 feet high.
I'm
Big
calling.
fucking Walker chest.
Hearing the scream, I'm gonna call for Red and Blue to go investigate.
Okay, so as you're there, this thing's chewing on you, and it opens its mouth, and all the saliva, like metallic saliva mixed with your blood, is there. Just chomps right back down for another 9 points of damage. And another 8 acid damage. As you bumble backwards, and this thing just takes you to the ground and has you grappled in its mouth, as it starts to, those teeth start to move almost like a chainsaw back and forth, grinding against the bone. You can feel grooves starting to appear into the bone itself.
Groovy.
Alright, you're up, Scabbard, since you're next on the list.
Calling Ace to help.
You're expecting this to go a lot easier, huh? Red and Boo just look over at you and they're just like,
Go investigate the screaming.
and they look at each other and you see this look between them like, oh, food, and they take off.
I mean,
Let's see.
I'm surprised it didn't get their attention.
Alright.
Yeah.
Well, Ace is going completely last because he's oblivious.
Initiative, doesn't it?
I've been rolling Ace as his own initiative,
Okay.
and he has a
That's your
big,
change.
whopping 1 on initiative.
Oh my God. That's
That's
great.
Feisty's initiative, actually.
Feisty was asleep in the other room.
Okay.
Oh!
Alright, you know what? Sure. First time doing this. Chromatic orb. And just sheer thunder damage. Let's see if this hits.
If you can get it off of you, then I can just throw it in my bag of holding and we'll be done with it for now.
Yeah, but all of his shit's inside the chest.
We'll
Yeah.
figure out that later.
22 hit?
22 will hit.
You'd be crapping your pants if she said, no, it does not.
Has 18 thunder damage.
Okay. It,
Work with them.
I need you guys roll a actual con because you climb this thing with the thunder damage and it just echoes off the walls. And you guys hear this from where you're at. It almost sounds like someone just hit a giant gong, essentially.
14 for me.
23.
What the fuck are they doing?
What was that?
14.
Okay.
Well, no, red and blue
23.
went off.
23? Okay.
Probably go check.
This thing is just snarling in a gnashing maw that is now smeared with your blood. It's angry.
It's not attached to him anymore?
Oh, it's attached to him. It basically opened its mouth and its tongue's wrapped around his body and its arms, so he's grappled.
Okay.
Nikolai, you're up.
I run at it with my bag of holding.
And rolling a grapple.
Roll on a grapple, and
Alright.
then we'll just cut off its tongue using the big ass sword that's hanging on the wall.
Roll that grapple.
That's the plan.
Roll that grapple. Let's see. What are red and blue initiative? Wow. Double force.
Okay, so my advantage is just escape from being grappled doesn't help with grappling.
Yeah.
So a 16.
16. It's got to be the 16.
Yup.
You try to grapple with the thing, but you just can't get a good angle on it. You're like, it's.
Yeah, that's all I got right now. So-
Alright, at the top of the initiative, this thing is going to make its attack. Fucking Manny's over there shitting bricks. That's a 19 on the die.
That's definitely.
Oh, let's see. Nope.
Wait a minute. Doesn't he skip it though?
He's on a 1. Remember, you lose your first round if you're on a 1. Ace is just over there and he's just kind of like trying to evaluate the situation. Like,
Hey, I thought Feisty was there because she slammed the chest on his hands last time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
remember that.
she slammed
Okay.
his hands on the chest on his hands.
alright, well, let's see what her initiative would be. Oh, look, she's joining Ace.
Really?
Yep.
You roll ones like totally unexpected.
I know.
Right.
That is 10 points of bite damage,
Dang.
Fucking ow, I'm about to go down.
and that is 3 points of acid damage. You can just feel like your skin starting to slurp off a little bit as the acid just runs down and drips off your fingers.
Get its tongue hooked on your mother's blade.
You're up now.
You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna try and just force this thing
Just-
upwards into its blade.
Grapple.
Not like this. Grapple, you said?
Yep.
22? 21, sorry.
So you grab this thing, and you manage to like pull up some of strength, and you grab it up, and you lunge it up, and you have a hope of glimmer. And Nikolai is just like about to be ready and excited for this because it'll give you guys an advantage. And just as it's about to hit the blade, it yanks and just pulls it right on the edge of the blade, missing it completely back down to the ground.
Fuck.
Alright, man. Okay. Okay.
That was your action, man.
Let's see if I have any bonus actions. Actually, I do. Extra attack. I'm gonna try it again.
Tug of war with a mimic.
Come on. Oh,
And it's tough.
wait. How close is Nikolai?
This is advantage.
Pack tactics.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking. Thank God it's pack attack. Natural 20. From a natural 1 to a natural 20. You know what? Fuck it. Let's make it a divine swing.
Okay. I need to ask you one thing. Did it match you?
Oh.
Oh, the table. High or low?
Let's go high.
Oh, you don't go by Lily modifier? That's it?
Not with this guy.
Modifier? Okay.
Hey, Manny. You're lucky you feeling, bud.
Epic
Just
fight with a
feeling
fucking
somewhat
box.
lucky.
You said high. That's a natural 20 on the die.
Nice.
Hey!
Fuck your
I'm
goddamn
just
luck.
slamming this thing into Mother's blade. And not like this. Divine smite as I do.
You slam it up into the wall, and you can see sparks across the wall as it comes down, and just see this loud slurp as the tongue just comes off, and purple blood sprays across the wall like a Jackson Pollock painting. And it's just spraying it around, and the bird's like, "Oh, food!" The birds come over, and with the barbs in his tongue, they start yanking at the tongue off your arm. And one of the Red grabs it and just rips the tongue completely free from your arm, really taking your arm off with it.
Whoa! Careful!
I don't care, it's attached. With your divine smite. Come on, kiddo.
That is 15. Actually,
I think it is a penalty on the next attack. Divine smite, just read it, dude.
yeah, it's just divine smite. Some smites do different things. This one is just a divine smite. Yeah, it's 15 radiant.
Alright, let's see what Feisty can do. Okay.
I
Let's
see
see
once before next one.
No, I'm actually just rolling dice for them.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Put it in the bag of holding.
Grapple.
Do I get advantage?
Grapple.
Okay, I'll just roll grapple.
Grapple them apples.
Cock. Come on, don't cock. There we go. 17.
This thing just kind of looks a little bit weary in its movement, like almost the metal's like distorting. You go to grab it, and it just sidesteps, and you hit the ground, just barely missing it.
Really?
Yeah,
Son of a.
barely missing it.
Ah. Damn it. Yeah, there's actions in combat. I have one attack. Do I have multiple attacks? No, I have one attack. Attacks per round, one. Yep. Okay.
Gotta figure out how I'm gonna actually do this. Okay. Guess that's what's happening. When I have to roll dice against myself, it always hurts. So, Feisty, you're sitting there, you're just evaluating the damage, and Feisty uses you as a springboard, just jumping off your shoulders.
Wow!
And just flying through the air, this thing, as it sidesteps from you, Nikolai, Feisty lands on top and slams all of her weight down on top of it. And you see that part of the tongue was sticking out that was left, and just slices it clean off on its own
Just
teeth.
another piece of tongue. Another tongue laying on the floor.
It just looks like a tongue steak on the ground, essentially. It's 5 from that.
Cover it in barbecue. Feisty will give it a shot.
And then it's like you see Ace get up finally from his little perch of going like this, and he walks up and he cracks his knuckles, and he just walks up and punches this thing as hard as possible.
Did Feisty learn to fly?
No, she's no longer on this thing. This thing is looking beat the fuck up at this point, and from the amount of damage it's received from this round, it is missing its next turn.
Oh, damn.
Ace just punches this thing and it goes sliding back, leaving a trail of sparks in the wall. Feisty tumbles off, not prepared for that. It hits the wall, and the front of it, you can see where the center of the teeth are, is caved in, and teeth are sticking out in every direction.
Dude, we gotta get Ace like a yellow jumpsuit and some red gloves. They're like a white cape.
You're up, Scav.
You know
I
what?
throw a snake chain to you. Wrap it up with snake chain.
Don't do that.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm not armed, so I'm grabbing the closest things next to me. I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna grab hold of Mother Source. Divines, please help! And I'm gonna pull with all of my might. And as I do, I remember Nikolai saying this thing is charged with divine energy. I'm gonna channel divinity and see if that helps. And I'm gonna use my pendant as a focus.
Let's see how badly this can go.
And we're walking right into it.
Oh, fucking die again. Level 12. They look exactly the fucking same, dude.
No, they don't. One looks like a 12-sided die. One looks like a 20-sided die.
Natural 20.
Alright.
And you know what? Actually, I'm using the pendant. That puts a 10 on there, too.
It's a natural 20, it doesn't matter.
Calm. It's just like just a screaming cry
So,
for help from the gods.
You hear something, Nikolai, and all the birds back away briefly, and Pisces just like, ooh. Like, what just happened? And Ace is like, ready to line up another punch. And it hurts your soul because you see the entire wall crack open from a divine energy come down and just slice right through this thing. And you're realizing that the wall is now damaged even more inside this pocket dimension.
Sorry?
And you just see this thing just split in two now, and all this goo just pouring out of it. It's you can access what's inside of it. And you guys were going to investigate, right? Finally? And you guys get to the door, and Red and Blue come walking out playing tug of war with like this weird-looking meat tentacle type of thing with like slight, like almost like really meaty hooks on it, but they're like more like not actual teeth or hooks. They're just like meat hooks.
Please tell me they did not grab brother's intestines.
And they're just walking past, like tugging, warring it back and forth with each other. And you head into the room, and you see this wall is now cracked from top to bottom. And you see this metal chest that's bent this way, and then it's also bent in this way. And there's fragments of what look like teeth everywhere. There's this puddle of goo underneath of it. And then you finally see Scabbard and how badly he's injured.
Beat to fucking hell. On a scale of 1 to 65, I'm at a 3.
God damn. You got fucked.
There's easier ways to open a box.
Yeah, I thought so too. It was open. Had all his stuff in there that he wanted to identify. Drew an identify circle around it. And it turned into that.
It turned into a fucking mess. Brother,
Mimic,
embrace the butt wiggle.
Just gonna lay against the wall.
You feel something just drop on the ground, and you look down, and it's a piece of your own meat from your arm.
Prayer of healing.
And Pisces over there just gently batting at the meat steak, tongue steak that's on there. And it smelled absolutely horrendous.
I'm not really doing much, but hey, it's some healing.
Should you do medicine to try and stop the constant acid?
Probably should do that.
So, why exactly did the box turn into whatever?
I have no freaking idea.
It's probably some sort of a security measure left by our parents.
Yeah,
Just
probably.
in case.
Just in case.
Was it, protected by a password or anything?
I said the password.
It was protected by a password.
And I said,
And you said So it's a magical box that was protected by a password.
And I was an 18 on medicine.
Yeah, you're.
It just looked like a fucking chest, man. He didn't tell me it was a magical password protected box.
And you start taking herbs and stuff off the shelf and packing your arm.
Eddie?
Yeah, so.
Scav? If it's magical, it's important to let magical people know. Granted, I could have probably, checked first, but you knew.
How else did I identify it?
Did you say the password absolutely correct?
Osling
Plata Verada.
comes in. It's stolen noise. And,
Scabbard caused me to trigger a trap.
Points to the goo mess.
oh, she looks over at Scabbard. Oh, you should probably help him. And she pulls out, and she jokes with you a little bit, and she sees something on the shelf, and she picks it up, and it resembles a very primitive bone saw.
Just do it. I go over to Ace, pat him on the back, give him a high five.
I couldn't let this thing take away all those memories. There's too much inside of there.
I look at what's inside of there.
The chest, what's left of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Sunny comes in, and she just looks absolutely tired as hell. You can see that she's been crying and shaking a little bit. And she walks over to the chest, and she looks at it, and she's like, "Oh, it's a mimic." And she just walks back. They're aggressive.
I think Scav learned firsthand.
And Osling's actually just looking at your arm, and she's like, "Does this hurt?" And she moves it to where it's all the way up.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, she goes back to the other room, comes back with her pack, and your pack as well. And she does something that you don't expect. She starts to do medicine, right? She shoves something in your mouth, and it's kind of really bitter and sour.
I'll let her do what she needs to do.
And
I'm not gonna argue.
And she actually peels away your arm a little bit and actually uses druid magic with your assistant, showing you how to do this and reconnecting all the muscle strands accordingly.
I see if Noodle wants to pay attention.
That's
Noodle's
cool.
Noodle has her little nightcap on, just
Aww.
their little night robe on, their little nightcap on, and they just have like these big dark bags under their eyes. They had cut little pieces of cucumber, just noodle size, so they can sleep comfortably.
That's so fucking adorable.
And
I'll
yeah,
go put Noodle to bed.
by the time you even leave the room, Noodle's out. Little snoring sounds.
Yeah, I'll go make sure he gets into his bed.
Little foot kick here and there.
Gonna go put him into his bed, that way he can sleep comfy.
So after a good while, your arm is repaired, and Osling's like, "Oh. Well, you have a few new scars there, but good as new."
Thanks, Osling. Thank you.
If you want, we can actually fix him so he can't reproduce either. But I don't think Kippa would approve of that.
I don't think so either.
I do not approve.
Have we really...
Who asked you?
I mean, has Kippa actually said that she does not want to?
She's never outright said she doesn't want a clone.
Alright. Try and get up. And
I got the right spells. I can make that happen.
take a look and
Make a
see
second Kippa.
what's been done.
So, you go and investigate.
I'll
this
get it.
quest. Been haphazardly made.
Tubbo.
Hey, the more he weighs, the more of him there is to love.
Squishy.
It's a 23 on investigation.
So yeah, so you see Mongo's already looking in there, and you see this really like rough looking plate mail in there that doesn't seem like much.
This all belonged to mother and father.
I look at the size of the plate mail.
It's scabbard size.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet this one was probably your father's. I don't think it would fit your mother.
Probably not.
Check to see if it's magical in any way, shape, or form.
Arcana.
Oh, fuck. Should have that number fucking memorized.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna collect some of the goop
13.
and some of the teeth from the box.
All right, nature.
Did that burn
was that?
and charred
13?
the pendant?
Huh?
13?
13? It's definitely magical.
That was an 11.
Yeah, if I see Cayenne getting some of the goop, I might try to acquire a bit as well.
Okay. You're getting some goop too?
Mm.
Yeah, it's really like almost like it's like playing with like old school slime. It's really viscous. It kind of stings the fingers a little bit. Like
I'm
almost.
not using my hands.
You know what? Might be a safe
I'm
place
getting
to go.
like Petri dish and mage paw.
Let's take all this stuff into the test room. Or it's just a secure room. Maybe some stupid traps won't be triggered.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you successfully get what you want. The teeth are really unique looking. They're kind of metallic in nature, but really meaty on the inside. Like they have really deep roots.
I'm gonna be collecting a few of them, some to make trinkets to put on my headdress.
Checking this thing out, you can see that there's like sheets of like it. Essentially, the metal that you're seeing is its scales, and then on the like towards the middle of it, it's actually like meaty, and then you can see it's mimicking wood on the other side. It's really bizarre. You've never seen anything like this before.
We should probably hold on to its remains. Might be worth something. Feeling a little bit better now.
Well, it was your parents. Maybe we should try to get it fixed.
Yeah.
Your arm looks like a mummy now. From
Maybe it knows stuff. I don't know. Are these things intelligent?
Some of them.
Maybe it was just doing its job. Maybe we should try to get it fixed. Maybe it knows something.
It might. Let's,
Oh, so effectively you're worried that you just killed an innocent security guard.
Well, how'd that happen?
And
I was just trying to
Sunny-
capture it.
Sunny did it. The only thing that she said about mimics, that they're aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the only two words that I need. If they're aggressive, means if you mess with it, it's eat you.
Well,
It doesn't care who you is, it's eat you.
Tom, you can do a history.
yeah, but Mongo, didn't we meet a mimic in one of the magic shops, and it was Keeper's friend or something?
Yes. That's why I said some of them are, some of them aren't, some of them...
Yeah. I say
One of
we
the
should.
ones in the vault, I believe, is.
I say we.
I was going to identify him, but he asked me not to, so,
Yeah.
I
See.
decided not to.
So I think we should probably try to fix it.
I am not
Yeah.
part of the we.
Okay.
you know what? Yeah.
11. Or 12.
Not my
12?
not my parents, not my stuff.
You know the basics of mimics, essentially, that they're kind of like loners unless they've formed a mimic colony. That they're generally passive. They really don't attack unless they're provoked. Usually poking them like a bear will actually cause them to attack.
Yeah, most of them kind of really don't give a fuck. So unless you fuck with them... Oh god, you fucked with them.
No, all I did was draw an identification circle around it. That's all I did.
I don't know how that.
I didn't even
happens.
start to cast the spell.
Yeah, you see the plate mail in there. That looks really rough.
Feisty, can you help us carry this, please?
She looks at you.
You just put it in my bag. Hold on.
All right.
Like I was trying to do.
It's really gross. You like help. You're putting it in a bag and like all this gunk is just slurping out. It's kind of like if you like, for a better word, like the cat had really bad issues. And you're trying to scoop it up with the dustpan. And it's just kind of weird liquidness slurping off. But it's the mimic's insides.
Alright, well, I just lost my appetite, so.
I'll come back to this later. I'm looking at the sword.
I think the sooner we get to it, the better. If we want to try to save it. Awesome. You deal with dead things.
Oh no, that's
Possible to maybe save this thing?
Osling looks over and she reaches in and she pulls out one of its eyeballs and it almost looks like a goat's eye and she just tosses it over to you. Like, it's dead. It's really dead.
Yeah, but okay, so there's no magics that you know of that can bring things back to life?
Oh, I could bring it back, but it's not going to be happy about it and it's going to be undead for the rest of its existence and probably want to murder you for what you did to it.
Something we did before.
Mimics a
And so you have
biological.
like this eyeball that's the
Yeah.
size of a softball, essentially.
So basically, you're trying to bring
Eyeball.
back somebody who's already died.
Well, like, Millum was, like, saved from permanent death. So I know there's magics out there that'll do it.
There was something we did before, remember? In the caves.
Gentlemen,
We did. Yeah?
death and magic are very specific things in this world. This was a monstrosity of some sort. It's best to leave it dead. Monstrosities usually come back more wrathful and dangerous.
Okay.
Sentient beings are a little bit easier to deal with, but the longer you do not resurrect the sentient being, the more permanent it is and more dangerous it is.
Alright. Well, yeah, it's your parents' stuff. I'm just thinking that's why I was trying to capture it, but I was just thinking it might know something.
I don't know if.
You'd be better off going to a broker to get information.
I don't know if tampering with the mimic is a good idea, but
And you hear it fights you.
everything inside, though.
You want a translation? Or perhaps Feisty basically what she said is perhaps a library might be a good place to look for information.
That is true. Libraries are usually pretty handy.
Tampering with the mimic, we should leave that alone. Everything else inside of it, though.
Okay. Well, then I start taking it out of my bag.
The pieces that you were able to fit in there.
Well, hold on. We may be able to still. Sorry, blood loss.
What?
We may be able to
Hey,
do
you're having a
something
stroke,
with what's
brother.
left over. of the
Osling
mimic.
walks out of the room.
Well, I don't want it in my bag. I was only putting it in my bag because there was some discussion that we were having of fixing it.
That's fine.
Osling has departed the room.
Let's take everything here and into the test room, like you said.
Okay.
So you guys are gonna go identify it?
Yeah.
Using,
grab the things, go to the test room,
Using
do the
Feisty's
circle again,
word.
Identify it.
and identify the stuff.
So you're identifying basically what was in the chest being protected and the actual chest itself.
Yeah.
I thought the chest was the mimic.
It is the mimic.
Okay, you want to identify the mimic.
Yeah.
Parts. Okay,
See what
fine.
we
Hold
can-
it.
Want to identify a corpse.
Yep.
I want to at
Okay.
least try and learn something.
Okay, so we'll go through the mimic first. You see the Obscura gathered around, and it's this beautifully created chest, and your father's like, see, if we all work together, we can make something beautiful. And everybody's just kind of looking at each other curiously, and they're like, what about plan B if somebody messes with it? And Cryerbell's like, certainly, we shall trap it. And Sir Mir leans forward. why not make it a little bit more spicy? And your mom's like, I got it. She goes off to another room, comes back. She has a scroll in her hands. She sets it down and she writes something on it. And she puts her paws on it, and you see it just flash. All this dust comes on the table, and she's like, she hands it over to your father, and he's like, he looks at the scroll and he raises an eyebrow. He's like, it's terrible, but I do agree with the methodology. And so they put the scroll into this chest as a trap component, which basically turned the chest into a mimic.
Okay.
And your mom is leaning against the wall, and she's like, that's not natural, but I do approve of it. And your father's like, can't we make it deadlier? And your mom's like, we want them to learn a lesson, not die. And your father's like, the lesson is, you died.
Fucking barbarian through and goddamn through. You gotta love that
As soon
guy.
as you died, don't do that again,
Live by
obviously.
the motto, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
And so you find out that the chest was, your mom actually created this spell on this scroll to turn something into a mimic.
I want that spell. I know it's a higher level one. I don't care.
You don't know if it was a one and done.
It was
Pretty
done
crazy.
once. It can be done again.
And so the armor itself that was in there being protected. I'm sure you threw the shield in there too to be identified.
Oh yeah.
And
The cloak that Olufa gave, basically everything that belonged to them. Trying
Yeah.
to learn everything I can from about them.
yeah, the armor itself. You see that it's like your dad is a lot younger, like you are, and Sir Mir is a lot younger, less gruff looking. And your dad is there in the workshop, and you can tell this is like before the Obscura was really well known. And he's Tony Starking it up. He just bound ping piecemeal together, chewing on them, getting them into shape. Rough looking armor. You can see why this armor looks the way it does. One, he's shit at crafting stuff, but he made it functional. And Sir Mir's like, that ain't gonna stop shit. He's like, it'll work just fine. Have faith. And so it's actually down the road, and you see this armor is way more beat up. You get a very small glimpse into this armor as your dad stands before a bunch of individuals, not just kobolds, and they're looking to him, and he's just absolutely slathered in blood and char and everything else. And Sir Mir kind of comes up to him and pats him on the back and reaches over and pulls something out of your father's side, and he's like, I was holding in blood. And I think that was my liver. And Sir Mir's like, a newfound king shouldn't have objects sticking out of him. And you're seeing that this is a glance at the victory day, essentially, of when he led his revolution. And then it moves a bit ahead, and you're now on this shield, and they're in a pub, all the Obscura. And your dad's like, you're a paladin, right? And his dad's like, yep. And he's a bit tipsy from drinking too much. He's trying to out-drink a centaur.
Yeah.
Runs in the
Alcohol
family.
poisoning?
And he's trying to pace himself, and Sir Mir's already passed out on the table. There's just cups all around on the table, and the barkeep's like, we have to close soon. And his dad walks over, and he's like, I need a shield. And Hovar's like, I got an idea. He goes over, and he picks up one of the large kegs and just rips it apart, and takes the lid of the keg, and fashions some rope onto it, and hands it to him. He's like, there, you got a fucking shield. You happy? And he's like, it'll do. And he goes over and he gets some of the wax and he puts his hands in it and he puts handprints all over the front of it of like his paws and he's like, oh, there we go, looks great. And that's how your father got his first shield, essentially.
It's just the top of a keg of meat.
Yep.
That is
with a piece of leather strapped to it to hold.
so fucking D&D.
It's an absolute piece of shit.
Yep.
I mean, that's about as pure fucking, like, any sort of tabletop RPG.
Yeah,
That's so fucking pure to this.
yeah. You patch the shit
You
together
have
and
to
gets you through a
fucking love
bunch of
this
shit.
shit.
It's yours, man. I love this thing. It's a piece of shit, but I love it.
And yeah, you don't get anything from the actual cloak. It just seems like the identify's not high enough to pull anything from it. And you're standing there in the room with these objects now.
None of them have any special properties.
Is there anything of Mother's there?
Well,
No, it's just
the
your
shield
father's
makes
old
little-
like treasure
they
box.
still
You see
have a
his
vague
actual
smell
journal
of
in there
beer
of like
to
his
it.
early days, and he was actually very good at keeping journals.
Take
Was I
it all
helping
up,
with the identifying?
hold on to it all.
I don't know. I don't think he said so. Generally, we trade off on doing that.
Yeah.
So, but
The items are in your inventory. You can go look at them. So, with that knowledge in hand, you're free to return to your normal scheduled programming.
I'm glad Nikolai didn't get her on that. He would have been so pissed.
Yeah. You guys head off to bed in your
All that
various
for just
directions.
sentimental value.
Oh no, they're actual items.
Yeah.
But he'll know the properties.
Yeah.
I probably need to refresh the page.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of how a web page works when you get things added. And yeah, roll a con for me, Mongo.
This would be the end of the day kind of thing, huh?
Holy shit, Scab! You're over capacity on weight there, bud. You're at 250 pounds.
I
Yeah, but you have to
know
cut that
what
in
you.
half because it's cobalt size.
Also, I don't know what you added because I wasn't encumbered before, unless you added something extra by accident.
Well, if you were also pushing max capacity, once you add something else on top of that.
Oh, okay, I see what did it. It's that armor called the First Barrier.
I rolled the opposite of what I usually do.
You got a natural 20?
Uh-huh.
Oh, nice.
Got a cat face staring back at me.
It's better than a cat butt.
You wake up in the middle of the night and you look around because you're in your parents' room. And you've basically divvied up the room between you and your sister. And you look around and your sister's nowhere to be found, and you wander around the room a little bit. And you eventually go over to one of the cupboards and you open it up, and she's in there just... She had fallen back to sleep, essentially, inside this, like, tiny little cupboard where she scurried off to. And you see that she's been crying or probably woke up in the middle of the night or some sort of night terror.
That's where they usually stored her for the evening, is in a cupboard, those motherfuckers. Get like a blanket and a pillow, try to not wake her up and make sure she's
Slide a paw.
fucked.
Will Mongo succeed in covering up his very, very high-strung paranoid sister?
I remember last session when this lid popped.
Yeah.
It scared the fuck out of me.
Modified 20. Thank you.
Yeah, you very gently kind of, get her more comfy and situated and make sure she has a nice bit of comfort. Like, she didn't take a blanket or anything. It was just what she was wearing, and she's in, like, the furthest back of the corner. But you're able to go back to bed easily enough. And you head back to bed, and you flop over on the bed with the thoughts, and you kind of move a bit, and you pull up the cover a little bit, like the actual bedding, and you find a note under there. And it's written in your mom's beautiful script.
I very hesitantly start to read the note left by my mother in my parents' bed.
Are you sure you want to
Which-
know this information?
It's a sentence I never thought I'd fucking say,
Welcome to Tabletop, everyone.
and I'm a little concerned.
One word at a time. Process the words a little bit at a time, so as not to know too much.
I'm a little worried that my barfing is going to wake up Sonny.
You read this, and you're like hesitant of reading this, obviously, but you start to read it, and you kind of fall into reading it. It's a first draft of a recommendation letter for the kids, essentially, to go to school. She was working on the first draft of the letter, and she probably just misplaced it. Anyway, morning comes. You guys get up eventually, wake up. You probably didn't sleep at all, Scabbard.
No,
I would
no.
get up
I
early.
would have spent time just doing everything I can to get this all cleaned up and such. And,
And,
probably throughout the night, just keep on trying with that sword.
Oh, that sword ain't budging, man. You guys eventually wander into where the kitchen area is. And you're the first one into the kitchen, Cayenne. And you see on the table, the center island, the common table, essentially, where notes were left, weapons were left, everything. There's signs of, all sorts of things being left on this. Even some probably questionable, like, gooey things. And, your stomach just kind of drops a little bit. You see there 3 cloaks that are beautifully folded up. The one that you had, the one that Mongo had, and the one Nikolai had. That Kodos has returned those to you.
Pick those up, take mine to my room, and Nikolai and, you said Mongo's?
Mm-hmm.
Take those to them.
And,
Quietly.
Yeah. And in those cloaks, as you pick them up, you're kind of feeling them a little bit. You feel something inside, and you look inside yours, and there's a package in there. And you examine it, and it's food from home, essentially. Your favorite things from back home that you used to love to get as snacks.
Aw. I'm gonna... I guess Nikolai's room would be the closest, so I'd drop his off first, and then Mongo, and then mine. And then make my way back to the kitchen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait to open the package later.
Yeah, you can just smell it, like the actual, smells of it. Mongo, you wake up, and you're kind of moving a little bit, and you stretch some and look around, and you know where Sunny is at, and you look over on the table, and you see that what she has left there for you. It wasn't there the night before.
Yeah, wasn't there in the middle of the fucking night. Do I know she dropped it off?
No.
Oh, fuck.
I didn't want to disturb anybody since I was the first one awake.
Do I recognize the cloak?
It seems familiar, almost like a really faint, fuzzy memory. Like it's been so far displaced from you that it doesn't make sense, but then it just... You feel it inside your stomach of oh.
Because after what just happened, it's like, The player doesn't remember these.
I know.
Um,
Nothing happens.
see, Sunny's still asleep.
She's still in her cupboard asleep.
Yeah. I'll carefully pick it up and move it somewhere where sleeping people aren't there.
Well, it's on like a little table that's towards the door of the actual room,
Oh,
where she
okay.
could have stepped in, placed there, and stepped back out. It's not like into the room very deep.
Oh. No, I'll just pick it up carefully.
Yeah, and you
Close
feel
the
something
door.
similar inside, like she did, some sort of package.
Yeah, go out somewhere and open up.
Yeah, you look at the cloak, and it's in your family colors, and you open up the package, and it's your favorite snacks from back in the hometown. The things that you would nibble on or save up for, essentially.
Gonna wait on eating those.
Okay.
I want to share them with Sunny.
Nikolai,
Yo.
you wake up, and you stretch a little bit. You haven't slept that well in a long time. You're worn out the night's events, and finally just being able to relax.
You go to sleep and then wake up like a normal thing.
Normal thing. Yeah?
Has it been long enough for us to get rid of all that necrotic damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you stretch a little bit, and you're very observant with your environment, essentially. And you see that on your little table, Nikolai's was easiest to carry.
Yeah, it's probably like it's big.
You see a tiny little package, sitting on the table that's right inside your thing with all these like tools and everything that your parents had left there, and notes and quills. But that package wasn't there the night before.
I go find Millum and see if it's hers.
Millam's asleep in a bottle.
That's right, she likes to stay small. I'll leave her alone. I'll go make breakfast.
Leave it there.
Yeah, I don't. Not mine. We're sharing a room. I didn't put it there. Maybe she put it there. I don't know.
Yeah. You eventually wake up scabbard after a long night. Everything hurts. The pain medication that the sisters had concocted for you has worn off.
Ow.
You feel all the reattached muscle fibers.
Yeah.
Well, move my arms. So now while move them.
It hurts so bad, especially the one that was chewed on.
That's gonna get some. It's gonna take some getting used to. Okay. So I'm gonna get up. We're gonna try and spot Feisty.
Feisty's asleep in the middle of the bed that you wouldn't fight her for.
Feisty gets the.
Yes.
Scav gets the floor.
Yep.
Probably would use her as a pillow.
If Feisty, and she swats randomly.
Hey. Careful with the paw. Let's get some breakfast, yeah?
She heads downstairs, and eventually you all coalesce in the actual eating area, and you took yours with you to open up. And you see Mungo coming in. He has the cloak in his arms and the package.
Who's gonna go make breakfast?
Yeah, and you get down. You get downstairs as well, and you come into the kitchen, and Cayenne's already there, already making something to eat.
Mm-hmm.
What are you making?
Vegetarian food.
Okay. Want help?
Table's
No.
yours. You are all in the kitchen.
Okay. Well, I'll start making breakfast for everybody.
Okay.
Basically doing some kind of salad. Something easy.
It's easy enough. The house has been stocked with food before you guys make things.
Is a fruit salad.
Anybody else find a random thing?
The cloak and packages that were left here?
Yeah, those.
Yeah, I left yours and I left Nikolai's in y'all's rooms.
Oh, you're the one that put that there. Okay.
I didn't find anything.
Yeah, I
Where did you
figured
get those?
They were here in the kitchen.
I've been up for the better half of the night.
So they just kind of randomly showed up.
It's kind of disturbing, actually.
A little bit.
Well, they look like they came from somewhere we've been before, and it wouldn't be so odd seeing as we did find out that our adopted mother is an ancient red dragon.
True.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't know what that was. So
You hear that,
maybe no one
Scav,
put it in
and it kind of triggers you to go back to the room.
Right.
Do an investigation.
I thought that was Millen that she put it there. So I don't know what I got there. So.
That would be
What is
a 17.
Looked
17?
like a cloak in a package. I'm not gonna go.
Snacks in my case.
You go back
Oh.
to the room and you do see a package there that was left on your table, but no cloak because you've already got that, and you can head back to there with your package.
Back out.
And his is wrapped in the tackiest of paper that you can imagine.
As far as he's concerned, the most beautiful thing ever.
Probably.
It had to be made kobold proof.
Put it down and carefully open it up.
It's all your favorite snacks from when you were back home.
Hey, I know these. Come up
Yeah.
and- yeah.
You open up yours, you're just seeing all those snacks, and the nostalgia just comes flooding back.
Cute. Snacks, huh? Alright. Yeah, get breakfast made and then go wake up Millen. And then grab my package.
Yep. Millum, she wakes up and she pulls out a flintlock and she aims it at you. She's like, "Oh, Nikolai, okay."
Breakfast is ready.
Oh. Oh. And she puts the flintlock away.
And grab the package on the way out and
She's
shrink
walking.
down to my normal size so I can actually use it.
She comes walking in and she's just crunch, and you see her chewing on like a fucking pepper. Like this round, bulbous, dark red pepper. She just crunch.
That gives me an idea. I still have those pepper balls.
That's true.
I'm gonna give them to Millum.
And you can smell it from where you're at, Mongo, and you're like, "Ooh."
Because I have only seen her love of spice, so I assume that she would find more use for these than me.
And so you approach her to give her those, and she's like, "Oh," and she searches around her pockets and she pulls something out, and she hands you this vial. It's small in your hand because she's not very big, and she's like, "Throw this at someone; they'll regret it. Aim for the eyes."
Noted. Thank you, Millum.
Oh god, she made fucking pepper spray.
Who knows
This
what's
is
in that
pot-
though?
This would probably be more of the consistency of a pepper gel.
Yeah.
You can add that to your inventory.
I'm thinking of the black pepper eggs that used to be made full of like those really nasty things that would blind people.
Yeah. So you're able to just have breakfast. The only one not present for breakfast is Sunny.
Kind of letting her wake up on her own.
Nikolai, sorry about the wall.
Well, fix it.
Don't know if I can or how, and I'd rather make it easier to pull that.
So
thing
as
out
you
all
guys
the
are having
time.
breakfast, Osling is preparing her own breakfast, and she opens something, and the fermented like kimchi smell hits you,
We'll figure it out.
and fermented eggs as well.
Ugh.
I made a promise. I intend to keep it.
That's one smell I actually don't like is fermented eggs. It's just too odd of a smell.
Oh, I had pickled eggs for once, and I did not like it.
That was gross.
Nope.
No.
Nope. Not a texture you ever want.
Pickled egg and pickled sausage. It was just. Bleh.
It's as bad as you think, man.
I've had pickled pig's feet. I won't lie. That's
On
not.
purpose?
Yes. It was when I was a kid. I was also the same kid who would take pinches of raw hamburger meat, put salt on it, and maple syrup, and eat it raw.
See, that's an actual like food. That's an
it's
actual
like steak
food.
tartare,
Yeah.
basically.
Maple syrup?
I'm fucking
Just
sorry.
like legitimately ate
Oh,
raw.
maple on a hamburger is amazing. Like maple syrup, like a maple syrup glaze on a hamburger.
But
so
you don't
good.
use a lot. It's better to use more of a zero sugar, like maple syrup, when you're doing burgers rather than the super sugary one, unless you want like a caramelization on the hamburger itself.
Table's yours, guys.
Yeah, I made a promise, and
Think
I
the
intend to keep
viewers
it.
probably
Okay.
have a little twinge of hunger just then.
And what are you going to share about that? Like, what's the
Hey,
promise?
tabletop
You share
games
it,
and food
like-
go fucking hand in hand. Okay?
Yes.
I intend to
I've
finish
been
what
made
they
very
started.
aware that our stream is very
And
food
once they did all
oriented.
this, I need an answer for everything.
Spudman put it in his
We
list
are-
of drinking games.
We are food adult entertainment. We're avoiding a specific word. Let you fill in the blanks.
We don't want to get
Everything
demonetized by
Exactly.
the YouTubes.
Exactly.
Bring-
Let the people fill in
I
the
am
blanks
their
at
blood.
home.
They may not be around anymore, but through me, I can finish what they started.
I could just see a censor bar like over like characters naked, and there's a censor bar that says fill in the blanks.
Draw this character.
No.
Yeah, but we have to find out more information.
Oslin offers you a piece of like fermented egg.
This cat, man, he really does not like that thing there in the way.
No, he doesn't.
No, it's in my way.
He's trying to take up more. I'll
Cheddar, you're a
smell it.
jerk.
Oh, it smells like just vinegar and like the eggiest egg ever, and weird. It's like, oh, this is not a good combination. She's like, eat it.
Oh,
It's like I said.
I'm good.
I think I could
I'm
pull
okay.
it
I'm okay. I'm trying to cut back.
Yes.
I have to ride in a cart later.
She looks at you. You've never eaten it or tried it before. Try it at least once.
Fuck. Alright. Before she rolls intimidation. Give it a shot. Take a small bite.
It's what you would think.
Sulfur and egg flavor.
And vinegar.
And vinegar.
Salt, sulfur, egg, vinegar.
No. Nope. Nope. Looking for something to drink to get that taste out of my mouth.
Just prestidigitate your tongue.
You reach over and you grab something and you just start drinking it. And Willem's like,
Oh fuck.
that was mine.
Oh.
God, it's spicy chalky milk.
And the pepper taste just hits you instantly after the just acridness of like the coffee.
Did his white turn red?
First
your
time
nose
you get
instantly
more
starts
information,
running.
That's all there is to do right now. Yeah, there's so many things I need to do.
I'm going to
I
go
want
take
do.
care of this.
Just waterboard himself with milk.
Yep.
Just scream into a bowl of milk.
A bowl or saucer?
A bowl.
Okay.
Definitely
So, what's up?
need your help.
Well, yeah, I'll open up the package and look at it, and
It's all your favorite snacks from back home.
And
Dip
it's
the whole
a
face
cloak?
in there, scream for a
Yeah.
it's
second.
barely wrapped up into it.
Come
Does it,
back for a breath. Do it all over
does it
again.
work with what I'm wearing?
Prestidig-
It's fairly
yourself.
stylish.
Jesus.
Okay, I'm not trying to be stylish. I'm just trying to not look like a retard.
It's fine.
Okay, I'll put it on.
You should be proud. It was a cloak from your parents.
Yeah, I'll put it on.
Listen, you little cockroach.
He's not doing it on purpose. He just, with all the extra fuzz, he just has his own gravitational pull.
So I'll put the cloak on and then go back to normal size and yeah. Well, actually, I'll eat some of the treats.
Yeah, it's just pure nostalgia for you.
Yeah. And I'll give the package to Willem.
She looks at it like,
Some of my favorite treats. Maybe you like some.
and she offers you a pepper. Con. She just takes a nibble of cheese.
If anybody would like pepper
12.
jack.
12.
Yeah.
Your eyes start to water a little bit from the heat.
Woo!
Nose starts running a little bit.
Grab another piece of the treat to try to.
So, at this time, you wanted to go speak to someone.
Mm-hmm.
You had plans. Do you let Osley know what your plans are? She has to actually head to the upper crust because she has something to do.
I would let her know that I had some business I needed to take care of.
Okay. And what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna practice with that new alchemy book that I got.
Okay. It's kind of funny in the house. You see some of the rambunctiousness of siblings as you watch as Osling basically has Sunny by her sides and just dragging her out, and then eventually just picks her up and she's like, "No." And she's all puffed up and she's like, She's like, you agreed to this, so you're going to do it. And she's just completely puffed up. She crosses her arms and she's like, you'll have to carry me. Osling's like, no problem.
I just see Osling just kind of carrying her
Like an
like
IED.
that while she's just kind of scooch up, brow down, but as they're walking, her feet are still going.
Have you ever seen what vets will do with rambunctious cats when they're trying to trim their claws?
Burrito
Yes. They basically they put them on their back in a blanket, and they'll tuck the blanket underneath their front paws and just wrap them up, and basically like how they do the bat burritos,
Oh my
but with
God.
cats.
And Millum is like, I have to go too.
I was hoping to go to the. Finally, needy get to the freaking swap meet thing.
Go, I will catch up with you tomorrow on it. I have to take care of noble stuff.
What?
Look, you, scientifically, statistically, each of you are going to go adventure, which leaves the ship askew for our nobility, so I will step in and deal with steering the ship. Hopefully.
You sure? You got all your stuff you got to do back in your city?
It's fine.
Really?
Yes, Nikolai, statistically, this is the best thing to do.
Okay.
You, understanding numbers, should understand
Yeah,
it.
but
Then, no,
it
but
needs
you.
to be your choice. You want to do this.
It's already been done, Nikolai. Accept the facts and the result of the equation.
Okay. All right. I will go to the swap meet by myself.
Don't eat the black pepper.
Don't eat the black pepper.
You look over and there's this black pepper on the table in a bowl that you can see very faintly in a dark red, almost as black, a skull shape on it.
What is that?
That's my special treat.
Your special treat. Okay.
I've been cross-pollinating all the peppers I can get my hands on to create a special pepper. Even reaching out to the Feywild for some special blends.
That sounds like fun.
That fucking makes my stomach hurt.
All right.
Oh fuck.
All right. Well, I'll go back to normal size and bring her in and give her a hug.
And she gives you a hug back. And the three sisters head off to basically deal with nobility things. And yeah, you're able to head off and go take care of what you need to take care of. Where are you off to? Practicing your alchemy, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay, Scav, where are you off to?
I am expecting Sir Mir at some point. I'm probably gonna, and it's kind of a dangerous thing to do. I'm gonna attempt to commune with the gods that I know. Try and seek some guidance. So I'm going back to the room. And this is the biggest fucking like circle he's ever made.
Religion. It's kind of funny. Two characters are essentially going to the same place.
So that was a 24. And I'm putting down circles for Bahamut, for Sharens, for the last one. And let's go ahead. Let's throw in the Lady of Blood in there too. For Sharens, I know he's one of commerce.
The glare you're getting from across at the table because
Because-
she's
I thought you were a paladin for Bahamut, dude.
Be
I
nice
can
to,
seek guidance from other
nice
gods.
to ask for.
At least you remembered yours.
yeah. You would have to ask Cayenne because you're fucking with her god.
That is true. I would, you know what? Yes, I would ask Cayenne. So actually, Cayenne.
She's already headed off.
Yeah.
And you're already in the process of this.
Well, she's helped us before in the past.
Oh, this is gonna go so fucking wrong.
I'm leaving coin for Sharens. For the last one, I'm placing my Light of Laughter there as a catalyst for Bahamut, my amulet. And a bit of blood there as well for the lady.
You wring out one of your bandages.
Just pulls the bandage off. It's like peeling off like freshly done skin.
And I'm just seeking guidance.
So,
Who
Scabbard.
the fuck is going to talk to you?
Of course, my main one I'm trying to is Bahamut.
Everybody just has this sadistic smile around the fucking table. Oh.
Granted, you've never played a religious paladin at all, so
Yeah.
whatever.
So you put down the circle, and you finish it, and you go to the center of it, and you do your prayer. And you just feel yourself just soaked in darkness, and you just feel this unbearable weight in the room. You've never felt this before. And you feel something wrap around your neck, and you reach up to grab it, and you feel something wrap around your left wrist, and something around your right wrist, and it pulls you down into a submissive position as you're held in place. And
I was just seeking guidance from the gods that helped us before.
I know where this is going.
Oh God.
and as you're there, you can feel the weight of this, and just colder. And you can feel it, just the cold seeping through your skin all the way to your bones, and it's pure dread fills you. And you see these glowing eyes in the darkness, and just smoke. And you see the head of a red dragon come out, followed by the head of a white dragon in green and black. And you feel this massive paw come down and the ground shakes. And you just hear all the voices speak together as they loom over you, filling you with dread with each word. And you just realize how much of a big pile of shit you stepped in.
Oops.
Oopsie.
And it simply says to you, keep giving in to those feelings, Scabbard. I will keep loaning you power. You are being a beautiful paladin in my name. And the figure moves back and disappears into the darkness, and you're reduced to 1 hit point. And your sigil of Bahamut cracks clear through as you return back to the room.
Damn, dude. You done stepped in it.
This player says, "Scab, you fucked up."
I'm wondering when he takes a level of warlock now.
Just pick it up. It's like, no. I'm going to the temple.
Fuck this! I'm going to the temple.
What did I do?
Do you gather all your holy items and everything together, and
Everything.
do you destroy the circle?
Probably not,
Okay.
because that might be. Actually, yeah, I will destroy it.
Everybody's like, oh, fuck.
Breaking the circle, and I'm running.
You start to run, and
We
you
see a pale scabbard run out the door.
you start to run, and you stumble a little bit as you drop to one knee. And you feel really heavy in your lungs with your current experience. You take 4 points of exhaustion as well.
Oh, fuck. Alright. I'm gonna keep trying to get to the temple.
Damn.
And- Yeah, so the sisters have headed off. You two have headed off. Mongo, you're finishing up your food, and you start to head down the hallway. And you see Scabbard come back out, and he's leaning against the wall. And you've never seen this terror before in Scabbard.
What the fuck?
I've made a terrible mistake. I need to get to the temple.
One arm over.
And he is freezing to the touch.
What the fuck did you do? Most every other mistake is going to be easy to undo. What the fuck happened?
I don't know. I tried speaking with the gods, and I think I did something wrong. I fucked up, Mongo.
Did you fucking misspeak and accidentally tell one of them to fuck off?
I don't know, but I saw her.
Who?
I saw Tiamat.
Have I heard that name before?
And you're like, the fuck you call me?
She's a very dark, very evil dragon god. She's everything that opposes Bahamut.
Right, dial the wrong fucking number. Got it. Getting him a blanket to try to keep him warm, and we're on our fucking way.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to channel divinity to try and keep myself warm the whole time there.
It's not working. Every time you do it, it's just like you're instantly in, like, winter without any protection on.
On the way to where I need to go before Osling, Sunny, and Cayenne split up, if I notice that Sunny sees like a snack shop or shop she wants to stop into or a stall, I'd probably want to do that. Get her like a snacky or something.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm planning on sharing the hometown snacks with her. I haven't touched them at all yet.
So there's one place, and you're able to stop off there. And you get her the snack that she wants. It's basically like these really, like almost like cupcakes, but they're also layered with like a cookie.
Aww.
But she sits back from you, and she doesn't take it, and you see tears just start rolling down her face. And Osling's like,
She's saying layered cupcake.
yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and Millam's like,
Sunny, no. Just gonna pick her up and put her on my back and have her sit with the cupcake.
She just looks at the cupcake like, and she doesn't know what to actually do with it, and she just looks petrified. And Osling's like,
You snack on it.
I don't know what's wrong with her. And she's saying this in Druid.
That girl's fucked up.
I'm basically in Druidic. I'm going to explain to Osling she's dealt with a similar fate in her past that you did.
And she leans over and she says back in Druid, clearly. And Sunny just sniffles Ben Williams like, okay. What is it? Spit it out. Come on. And Sunny's like, and she just starts bawling.
Sunny, it's okay. What's wrong?
And she just whimpers out, And nobles used to buy me snacks before they made me do things.
Yeah, that ain't happening. And I'll flat out tell you this: if any noble gives you any flack, you let me know immediately. Don't ask for a paladin. Don't ask for a fighter. Don't ask for any of the guards or anything. Just let me deal with it.
Millam's like, oh, I remember one time a noble was messing with me and I blew up their carriage.
Good for her.
Woo! I have no expertise in that, but I'm sure my birds would have a lot of fun.
Well, it wasn't a deadly trap. I misarmed it, and there was goo and very fine, powdery, sparkly stuff.
I like her. Have I mentioned that? I like her a lot. I can learn so much from your sister, dude.
I like Willem too, but I cannot eat the spice that she does.
Oh.
That's a no. I don't like lava in my stomach.
So Osling goes over and she's like, terrible things happen to good people, which makes them better. You're sweeter than that cupcake.
Aww.
Coming from Osling, wow.
And Melon looks over and is like, apparently death can shit out rainbows.
I'm using Feisty and Mongo for support.
Oh yeah, Feisty's definitely helping. And Feisty's you get, he really fucked up.
Yeah.
And she starts nibbling on the cupcake and she starts to calm down a bit from her emotional tizzy.
Something religious happens. Nikolai's never there or oblivious.
That's awfully on brand.
Just a strategist brain.
Yeah.
It's just trying to get shit done.
Glad Mongo wasn't there for that conversation. The one for Sunny.
Yeah, no, he'd be telling her, no, it's okay to rip their fucking balls off.
I know. Her nobles did terrible things to her.
Where's that fucking list? When do we start a second book?
Chapter 2.
Yeah.
Murderous intent. But you sort it out, and she takes the snack, and Osling basically holds her while she's eating this cake that's bigger than her. About the size of her. And she's like, oh, she's gonna have such a stomachache later, but it's worth it. And she's saying this in Druid.
I'd be speaking back in Druid. Definitely worth it. She's been through enough.
Agreed. She doesn't know how to deal with it.
No. It'll take time, but she'll learn.
I think she'll actually be a good leader in time.
Oh, yeah.
You need to go take care of what you need to take care of. We need to go deal with...
Hoity-toity nonsense.
She tries to cough it up, and Millam's like, I think the word you're trying to cough up is nobility. It's just that.
I'll meet up with y'all in a little bit.
Okay. So, you head down to the lower, and, yeah, you get to go see Mr. Information Broker. And all those eyes are focused on you. And he's like, Cayenne.
Oh, God, the fucking voice!
You've come to grace my presence again. I am so enjoying this moment.
I am enjoying being in your presence as well.
All those eyes are just focused on you like laser beams.
It's like an unnerving feeling.
Oh, yeah. How can I be of service?
I understand that you can give information to an extent for payment. I was more curious on if you accepted payment in forms other than money.
What is it that you're looking for?
I want to write the absolute royal fuck-ups for my blood sister Oslin.
And this creature looks at you. Looks you up and down, studies you, observes you for a moment. And they slide that familiar thing over to you, the hourglass. Here's my bargain for you. I will get you this information, but you have to give an old beholder something. Take me on a date.
Oh.
One night. Nothing promiscuous, just a night out on the town.
With a giant meatball.
And he gets really close, almost creepily close.
Free
I just
information,
want
man.
to be in the presence of such a beautiful druid.
Any time for a druid to go brown chicken, brown cow.
We go from terrible to a different kind of terrible.
Oh my god. Ryan's definitely taken aback by this, for sure. You say one night.
A singular night.
I don't see any harm in that.
Then it is a deal. And as you blink and accept this deal, you see stand before you, instead of a beholder, is this very tall, beautiful satyr tiefling. And they come stepping around the table and they bow to you very gently.
I'll bow back, very confused for a second.
This is a bit more acceptable to travel about the normal people.
Oh.
And this is just like, holy shit, he's actually went from looking like a giant killer meatball to a drop-dead gorgeous satyr.
Like model territory.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of strange for the typical lore of beholders. They think they are the epitome of perfection in their own form. Like, they would normally a beholder would never do anything like that.
But this
That's
beholder
fascinating.
knows how society works.
Yeah, yeah.
This is bordering
This
on
is
a
different.
sin beholder.
Huh?
It's definitely different.
Yeah, the garb he's wearing is very beautiful and noble-esque, and you're just like, Jesus Christ.
I look like a barn animal in comparison.
He's like, may I?
Of course.
And he just snaps his fingers, and suddenly you're just wearing as... It's not gaudy like you would expect someone to dress you. It's very respectable, like, beautiful, well-crafted gear that a centaur can actually wear comfortably. For, like, a night on town.
Kyan is just basically taking all of this in like, what the fuck? Thank you. I did not expect that.
And this new form, they smile, and it's just like almost on the edge of terrifying, because it's like, it's a mixture of that satyr smile mixed with that tiefling smile of like, I think I just made a deal with the devil.
As long as that devil can be an ally.
Yeah.
Or a partial ally.
And they head out with you for the day, essentially. Spend the whole day with you.
Mm-hmm.
All afternoon, all night. And eventually we're going to turn you back home. And they walk with you, and people are just like, not paying any mind. A few people are just like, that's an interesting looking critter. And the beholder looks at you, or in this case, the satyr looks at you. I spent time with your mother. She, much like you, has made offers of spending time with me. for an exchange of information. I am respectful of your kind, and I understand there are boundaries.
It was very much appreciated.
Some of my kin would ask for grisly donations, but I prefer more experiences. A grisly donation is good when you need one, but it is only simply a moment in time, whereas a experience like this you can look back on for many times.
I never thought of it that way. I guess that's why I always like hearing about the different druids' favorite animals or creatures, whether they be deadly or passive, or their favorite flora and fauna.
Your mother was fond of certain kinds of fauna.
Oh, yeah?
She mentioned to me in getting information of a certain kind of plant that would essentially snake itself across the ground and wrap its enemy up and devour it over time.
I currently have an interesting little sentient plant of my own.
Ah, yes, the one you refer to as Nipsey.
Slowly being renamed to Lancelot.
They just raise an eyebrow and walk with you. Peculiar, interesting, acceptable.
I have never seen a creature with a needle for one of its appendages.
There are some interesting creatures out there that choose the mechanical route of murdering.
I've seen some of the abilities Nipsey is capable of, and while interesting, it's a terrifying little found creature.
It's a good ally to have. Exotic. Beautiful.
I had thought of, if I had not had picked them up, they possibly could have shriveled away where they were last left. That place was just not good. I picked up on it, and my siblings were like, we can talk about this. Talking can fix this. Death is the only way to fix this.
Nikolai,
Yes.
as you're heading to the satyr takes in the information and is very interested in it. As you're heading to the swamp meet, you catch a glimpse, and you probably don't want to interrupt. You see Cayenne with a very beautiful satyr, and she's dressed very beautifully as well.
Actually, I am worried. Because Cayenne would never do that.
I mean, she looks absolutely gorgeous. Like, she normally looks great, but now it's just like a completely different kind of gorgeous.
Okay, what did this person do to my sister? What's wrong here?
Or is this a triplet?
Yeah.
Oh no! Played off as a triplet.
Do not breathe those words.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'm just gonna approach and. Are you okay, sister?
You look down, you see Nikolai there.
I'm fine.
All that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You usually raise a huge stink about getting all dressed up.
The situation is different.
I want to, like, game mechanics insight this.
My God, that was so on point for Nikolai.
It's like, there's something, this is not right.
Insight. Go ahead, roll it. That was pretty funny, actually.
So is Nikolai at yellow or red alert?
Pink.
I'm not sure where that is.
That would be a 16.
16?
Yeah.
She's being honest.
Okay.
And the satyr's just standing there very, like, he has his hands behind his back, being very respectable, like, perfect gentleman.
Sir,
Sir,
I'm Nikolai.
good to meet you, Nikolai. You're the sister of Cayenne, I'm aware, and that is Ace.
Okay. You are, if I may?
I am her care for the night and the day.
Look over. Does she still look normal? Like, okay?
Yeah.
It's like,
Nikolai can assure she is safe with me.
Cayenne's probably just
I've-
standing like this with her upper torso like that.
are you sure you don't want maybe Ace to hang out? And just,
The satyr reaches down and hands you something, Nikolai.
okay.
And you look at it, and it's a... unlike the other numbers, this one is on a different color parchment.
Okay. What's this?
Present that at the gate, Nikolai. You should be going now.
Look back over at Cayenne. You're okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Here's some money. Go to the movies. Don't bother me, kid.
Essentially, that's like a fuck off, kid.
As I walk away, I look back, make sure it still looks like nothing weird going on, other than the fact that my sister's all dressed up.
Yeah.
Just conversing,
Yeah.
walking.
I'm doing that 3 times as I walk away. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, that was weird.
And he's sharing the information about both your parents freely. Like, surprisingly.
Actually, I know what I'm going to do now.
Yeah.
First time I come across a gray cloak, I'll ask him to follow her and just keep me updated on her condition, please.
Okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and take our 30-minute break, get some food in us, and we'll be back. What an interesting night this is so far.
Yes.
Oh,
We'll be back within 30 minutes, get some food in us, and we hope to see you here.
You find my sister, follow her.
It's my
Another
spot now.
fan.
He says my spot now. You snooze, you lose.
Snooze.
You snooze, you lose. Me win.
So, welcome back, everybody, as we jump into the second half of this.
Craziness.
Scabbard, please roll a will for me.
Oh, fuck.
At disadvantage.
Oh fuck. Oh god, is this the point where his luck is gonna run out?
He's taking a beating.
4 points of exhaustion is what I heard earlier.
Mm-hmm. And 1 HP.
It's a whopping 6.
Oh my god!
I think you foretold it.
Can I use my my Keeper's Pendant of the Obscura to reroll that?
You just used it.
I was using my amulet.
No, you can't, because you can't use that. So
Okay.
you are leaning on Feisty and Scarum. You feel him shudder under you as he tries to move a little bit, and he coughs some. And your vision goes completely hazy as it fades out, and you feel your body shaking from the cold. And you feel yourself pulled away, and you're seeing a vision of various Dragonborn soldiers of all of Tiamat's noble colors marching
No.
in the streets.
No.
And you see that they're wearing the crest of Essencrest, but now it's been defaced. Instead of being Bahamut and your noble crest, it's your noble crest and Tiamat's.
No.
And you fade back in, and you just hear him saying no.
Not that.
What? So, no to the temple now?
No, the temple. Let's go. So cold.
Oh, okay. Feisty, could you give us a lift? I'm a little worried here.
First, you get on, essentially.
Yeah, I'll help.
Yeah.
Mr. Freeze over here.
Oh yeah, he's like surprisingly cold. It's like the one time you probably found him out in the winter, where he didn't prepare when a snowstorm hit.
Yeah. I'll see if I can use Prestidigitate to try to wrap him up and try to Prestidigitate warm.
Okay.
I don't know if I can do that, but I'm gonna fucking try.
So you can certainly try. You're making a warm blanket for him.
Yeah.
You eventually find yourself on the lower crest, out away from the market, and he's just walking with you and being very cordial and friendly. Stops at an actual stand and exchanges some coins, more than what things are worth. He's not trying to show how much money he has, he's just paying the citizen what he thinks is fair, because he's not familiar with just going out and about.
Mm.
And it's not like he has a shortage of coin.
He's the information broker, so...
And he gets this, it looks like a fruit tart. You can see all the various fruits have been prepared, and they have like a nice sheen of sugar coating them, and offers it to you.
Did he get one for himself, or is it just the one?
He mainly got it for you to enjoy. He's not familiar with like normalcy of eating snacks while you walk. You can tell he's...
I'm gonna split it in half and offer him half.
He's like, this is normal?
Yeah.
Oh. And he just has that smile, and he's like, oh, that's so fascinating. And he tastes it, and you see his eyes light up like he's never tasted anything like this before.
It's like that moment, like in almost every food commercial when the kid gets something tasty, the eyes just get really big.
Or that moment in Ratatouille when he finally tasted the meal from his childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's just an opening experience to him. He's like, society is such an interesting culture that I'm not aware of, but I choose to be a part of.
Well, if it's not absurd for me to say so, whenever you feel like venturing out into town just for even a walk when you're not working, you can always summon me. I don't mind.
And he just doesn't know. He's somewhat taken back by that. He steps back and he's just like, you mean those words? Sincere.
Yes. You've been helpful to not only me but my family. The least I could do is show kindness to you in return.
And he just kind of smiles at you and he's like, I will summon you when it is not at an inconvenience for you. And he carries on with you, walking, and eventually picks up a drink to share with you. He gets 2 drinks, and they're like these, they're almost like a fizzy type of fruit drink, and you can tell it's like layered with like a little bit of alcohol. It's this really adorable gnome that gives it to you. She has like really rosy cheeks, and she's just so happy.
Is it like a slush consistency almost?
Sure, yeah, it's a little bit of a slushy consistency to it. And you can see little bits of fruit floating throughout it as well. He's actually very keen with the desires of what you would prefer to eat over other things.
When our mouths are not full, I'm going to ask him what he typically likes to snack on.
He's like, as of what I am, I do not require substance. So being able to enjoy it is a rare treat.
That's interesting to know. I will admit I don't know much about what you are aside from what has been explained from druids in my childhood. We were in a very, very small place. We didn't have many creatures or many beings outside the norm that are elves, tieflings, centaurs. At least not from what I remember.
Oh my god, fucking Zorokaling. Why is it I'm picturing the Tim Burton's version of a child Willy Wonka, but Beholder when first experiencing candy for the first time?
Yes.
That's an adorable image. Not
Yes.
gonna lie.
Just this really happy Beholder trying candy for the first time. So, another wisdom at disadvantage there, buddy.
Okay. That's a polar opposite. 22.
22. You feel the darkness coming back in and you cling to Mongo. You feel him just push into you really hard. And you manage to, whatever's being forced on you, just kind of push it away as best as you can. But it's wearing on you.
Not yours to take.
And you're getting an idea of how badly he might have fucked up.
Still clutching onto the amulet. I'm gonna keep
about how far away are we?
Feisty just is like, I'm lost, I don't know where I'm going. Which way do we go?
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna need to find out where the fuck the temple is. I think I've only been there the one time, right?
Yep, and there's gray cloaks about, you know that.
Yep. We'll saddle up next to the first gray cloak we find.
You approach them and they're not really paying attention to around. Holy shit!
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
What the fucking displacer?
Feisty's great. Nothing to worry about. You would happen to know the directions to the temple, would you? She's fine. She's been fed. Right.
That way, just keep going. You can't miss it. They pointed at it, and you see like the giant hand shape that's prominent. There.
Thank you, and tell Feisty and Cat too.
Yep.
What coin was that I handed over? I just fucking grabbed one. And said it.
Oh.
Okay.
It's like I got gold, silver, and copper. So
You handed over a gold.
fair enough.
And you kind of like, here, just
Here's
take
one.
it. Emergency.
I'm gonna attempt to channel again. Just trying to reach the bottom.
Religion at disadvantage.
Was that 20? That's
Really
not
don't
too
mind
bad.
handing over gold, especially considering displays are based.
17.
17. You reach out to try to reach out to Bahamut again, and you feel another crack form across its sigil in your hand, and the world closes in around you again, and you feel that in the pit of your stomach more of that dread as you get a bird's eye view of the continent of your home, and you see all of these different kinds of dragons of different ages flying around, landing here and there, parts of the landscape destroyed by them as they begin to make this their roost and home. The beautiful castle that your parents had built slightly destroyed, every sigil of Bahamut destroyed, and flags of Tiamat flying.
No. Margot, please, hurry.
We're on our way. Nothing to worry about. Everything's gonna be fine.
Keep trying to reach out as best I can.
It's just getting worse for you. And yeah, back to you. Happy times over here on this side. Depression. Happy times.
Happy but awkward times? The awkwardness is kind of gone at this point.
Yeah, he's actually really just chill. Just kind of hanging out with you. A few people are looking in your direction because they're not used to a centaur-looking noble, much less a respectable kind of noble.
Basically, walk with him, idle chatter, get to know like favorite things to do when not working, like just favorite colors, favorite things.
He speaks to you, along the lines of favorite things. I absolutely adore plants and druids, as you can tell. I relish books from far and wide that explain the different fauna that people have encountered, because it's all so fascinating to me. It's amazing how this planet has created an inter-network of so many beautiful creatures that are not needy. Such a beholder thing to say. And yet they hold their own against the meat sacks. No insult intended.
Not gonna lie, I'm starting to like this guy more and more.
I'm sure Cayenne is too.
Oh yeah. Even those very normal beholder form saying, "I like druids." That's like,
Oh, it's a giant
Are you sure? What kind of like do we mean? The kind between your teeth, or the kind you just speak to from across the desk?
Just imagine this giant slimy beholder just nuzzling against you. I'm just kidding.
Just be standing there, and be like, "You do your thing. Just don't eat me. Don't burn me. Don't
Don't
unlife
disintegrate me.
Yeah,
don't,
just don't
you know.
just don't unlife me. Just
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine. I stand here.
He looks at you and he's like, I mean, no offense.
None taken.
Yeah, I just enjoy the beauty that is nature.
You would have really enjoyed the forest that we had gone to when we met the lady of the forest. That was really pretty, but the kobolds were a little terrifying. The ones that were more feral, the ones that were a little more articulate, were actually really interesting. Goblin kobolds that were vampiric.
Interesting. I wonder if a beholder was responsible for that.
Not exactly. Apparently it was by some messed up, some Are they a wizard or a sorcerer?
It was a drow wizard. We all saw that.
I was making sure it was one or the other.
Yeah.
Wizard was responsible for experimenting on those poor creatures and making new ones.
And the beholder looks to you and is like, to be honest with you, Kyan, I haven't really left my abode since I was summoned. That was the last time I left, but before that I hadn't left since I had talked to your mother. Many druids avoid me as of my monstrous nature. But your mother saw through as to what I was and accepted me.
I will say you're the first beholder that I've met in person that's nothing like what I've heard terrible tales of.
Most beholders are terrible and obsessive about certain things, some knowledge and some experiments. Be wary of any other beholders you come across.
I will keep that knowledge for sure.
Use extreme caution. Your mother actually preferred, one of her favorite snacks was grapes.
Of course.
In fact, she was actually prevalent in hybriding grapes together to create new flavors with other fruits.
That's
so cool.
That's interesting. I've seen different combinations of a blackberry before. Got a really cool name called a Marionberry.
Huh. That's a beautiful name.
Yes, I will agree. Mongo agreed in the distance.
Scabbard. Roll that wisdom. You know the drill.
Mm-hmm.
Scabbard's having a really bad day all of a sudden.
Him has got an extreme case of frostbite.
15.
You hold on to what's left of the amulet. You can feel it just crumbling to pieces at this point. And he's leaning into you, and you've never felt your brother
Probably
shiver.
feel some tears on your back.
And you feel the world close in around you. In the next vision, you see yourself heading down the steps of this defiled castle of Essencrest. And there's just flanked on either side of all these dragonborn, and dragons are landing around, and they're watching and taking command, and you can probably surmise that they're generals. And you head down to the very bottom of the steps, and you see the people of the continent tattered, torn, weakened, injured, terrified, with guards surrounding them. And before them, the worst possible vision comes to you as you see each of your family members has been executed because they would not join you.
Muhammad. Father. Mother. I'm so sorry.
And you're back to leaning on Scabbard, realizing the dark future that Tiamat is trying to guide you down.
Please. Forgive me. Please.
And you're hearing pleading, crying, fragments of the pieces of the sigil just falling along feisty onto the ground.
Try to grab some of them with mage paw as we're going by. See if I can
Side of paw?
catch it.
Go ahead and I'll let them carry me to the temple before I exert any more energy.
14.
You manage to catch a few of them, and you catch them, and it's they're freezing to the touch. Like any religious power that they held is long gone.
pocket them. Make plans to buy him a new one.
My amulet of Bahamut.
Possibly one
so-
that's a little more durable.
You find yourself in the marketplace on the mid-crest, the very busy market. And he's aware of how you are with crowds. And you do see some gray cloaks moving about throughout the crowd. And they're kind of thinning it out to give you a little bit more room so that you're not so claustrophobic. And he looks to you and he's like, if you see anything, and I do mean anything, that you wish to purchase, simply say the word.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Tom's like, holy shit.
Well, the leader of the fucking Grey Cloaks goes for a walk. Yeah, he's probably got a couple of his boys not too far away.
Yeah. He basically has a whole platoon around him, essentially watching everything.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yep.
Yeah, most of them probably don't. Most of everybody else probably has no fucking clue they're even there.
Yeah, some of them aren't even dressed as Grey Cloaks.
I
They're
was just gonna say.
Yeah. And, yeah, you're just passing various stalls, and people are just trying to get your attention. He's just watching people. To a degree, he's acting as a sentry to watch for any sort of danger that might approach you.
No. He's a sweet beholder. To druids, at least that I know of.
Two druids, as you see fit. You do eventually get to the temple and head inside with Feisty. And as you enter the temple space, all the candles are lit. And you just see all the candles go out. And you're outside and you see clouds. They weren't there before.
That's ominous.
Gonna look to him and ask, was the sky like that earlier?
The beholder looks to you and says, that's not normal. Mm-hmm. He's like,
Must just be storm weather coming up, maybe?
more than likely.
Sophie.
And, yeah, what are you guys doing?
Probably getting off, helping him off of Feisty, because I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be riding animals into the temple.
He is feeling frail.
Yeah, very carefully getting Feisty's help too.
Yeah.
And then looking around for somebody important.
Just saying Chris's name.
And she comes walking up, and she's very sternly walking up like, what the fuck is going on in my temple?
Hi.
And she looks to you, and you can feel the warmth from her.
Bad warm or
Speak
good warm?
now.
He did something. I'm not entirely sure what. He's not doing well.
She looks over at him,
And all he could say was to go to the temple.
she walks to you, and she doesn't even touch you. And she's like, You've returned, and you've brought darkness to my temple.
Please, help.
I'm willing to bet it's only on accident. He's a bit accident prone, unfortunately.
She narrows her glance, and
I'll
she's
shut
like,
up now.
and she looks to Scabbard, and she's like, if I was any more angry, I would simply let you die on my doorstep. But I have to grow past my anger and seek assistance.
I've made a terrible mistake.
And she pulls out a scroll, and it's a few scrolls, and she writes something on them. and they all just dissipate into thin air. And she comes over and she looks at you. She's staying a distance from you because of what you're giving off, like
The vileness that you're giving off.
yeah. And you can just see like almost the shadows that are casting off of him in this dark space, and you can see the shadows almost reaching out towards him, growing thicker.
Oh, no more fucking shadows. Jesus.
And he looks to you. He's like, "Is there anything you would be interested in?"
There's nothing I can truly think of off the top of my head. I can always use an updated, at least like set of fine clothes, because I'm going to be honest, I mostly use my harnesses and my normal everyday venturing gear
And,
when I go out and about. Not exactly clothing that sets to my status without making me stand out.
Yeah, so you're wearing like a kilted or a quilted vest, and it's got beautiful like plumage coming up, and your headdress is different. It's very much like a raven's headset mixed with a ram. The feathers curve around very beautifully.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And the padding comes down along your body with various tassels along the side, and the leather is very beautiful.
That actually sounds really pretty.
And you don't realize it, but you do have like paint on your face that is of nobility for a centaur. And he simply claps his hands, and a gray cloak approaches with your old gear and hands it to you, and you realize you now have a set of noble clothes that you're actually wearing.
He magically disrobed you.
No, actually he didn't. She was wearing her normal clothes. It was just an illusion, but now he's made them real.
Yeah.
And you're just realizing the sheer power of an actual beholder being able to will things into existence.
Are you sure?
It's of no cost to me.
Cheyenne is very silently and inwardly fighting the urge to want to give him a polite, friendly hug as a thank you.
It's very respectfully like noble. You can move around freely, do things. There's nothing restricting or frilly about it. It's got just the right amount of panache to it for your style.
Has the right amount of cayenne flair.
Yeah.
Why do I think that just translates? Yes, you can still kill with this.
So you're guided to a pool. The one down below, and she motions for you to step into it.
Weekly crawling.
As you crawl into this pool, you can see the water starting to bubble. Just boil, essentially.
Water.
And you're instantly startled as this dark elf appears behind you.
Fucking.
And she puts a hand on your shoulder. Calm.
Sorry.
And she uses calm emotions on you.
Oh, fuck.
Calm. It's okay.
First time in Mongo's life, he's just been chill.
And you're just like, it's like you just took a hit from Cayenne's
You are
private
now
stash
Shaggy.
and just like, whoa, everything's cool, man.
Sorry. I mean, songs.
Mongo is now mellow.
And another few paladins show up, and a cleric shows up, and they wade into the water without any warning. And they approach you, Scabbard, and you see each of them actually wears some sort of sigil of Bahamut. And Sir Mir comes in, and the priestess stops him. She's like, "This is my temple, my rules. Wait your fucking turn." And he's like, he just starts pacing back and forth like a tiger behind a piece of glass.
After they fix you, he's gonna kill you.
Oh, damn.
And you're just watching him pace back and forth. He's not wearing any armor, he's wearing his casual gear, but he still has his sword
Oh, yeah.
and his various daggers. And you see them start to basically do chants in a holy language you can't understand.
Well, there, I'm just gonna focus on whatever light's there.
And the cleric comes up behind you, puts her hand on the back of your neck, and just shoves you under the water. And everything just goes completely dark as you feel like you're just falling slowly. And you just watch the light going further and further away.
So I close my eyes and ask for forgiveness from Bahamut.
Okay, roll that religion.
Disadvantage though.
One of these days I'm expecting a zoinks or like wow after the happy stash.
Mine?
Zoinks,
Still with
yo.
disadvantage?
I'll just roll it normally. Nikolai,
Yes.
you go to the front of the line and present your ticket.
Well, did I come across a gray cloak on the way?
Yeah.
I sent them to go follow
They take
Cayenne and let me know her general state.
they take the 5 silver
Report.
and head off.
Okay. And yeah, I'll just like have the ticket in my hand and walk up to the front of the line and show it.
There's this goblin there, and they have these spectacles on, and they have this really fancy hat with all these bobbins dangling, and they're kind of like a musty gray, and they have all these tattoos, and they have like the most gaudy vest on that you can imagine. And their shoes come up to like that weird elven curve with a bell.
Oh, they
hanging.
got like.
Yeah. They think they look fabulous, but it's like, it clashes so bad. Like, the vest has, like, it's, like, checkered with, like, puke green with, like, royal purple.
All I imagine is that the shoes are probably like some very vibrant color and the bells are 2 different colors.
The shoes are 2 different colors, actually. Yeah. And the goblin looks at you and reaches out and snatches the ticket, looks at it.
Just take it from me? I don't know what it.
And they lean forward, and it's like really rancid garlic breath and mixed with sardines.
I'm trying to press that away.
And they grab your hand. No. Wiggly fingers or I bite off.
Okay. I will take a deep breath and hold my breath as long as I can.
Where did you get this?
Some satyr gave it to me.
Fine, go in. And they shove your hand away. And they open the gate for you.
Okay. God.
And as you head in, you see the security here. There's several gray cloaks. And you see gray cloaks actually in plate mail.
Huh. That seems awkward, but... I fucking look around.
Oh, do an investigation.
Holding on to what's left of that amulet. 25.
25?
Well, that's a big fat 12.
You're just like, oh my god, you're just in
I'm just going from stall to stall to stall to stall. Like,
all
what's here?
sorts of crazy things. And you're just watching Sir Mir terrified, huh?
A little bit.
He's a little bit on a warpath.
Yeah.
And what are you up to?
I think I'm probably going to take the or walk with the information broker to some of the druid circles.
And he is absolutely ecstatic by this because he's never been to him before. And he's like, "Where are we going?"
Don't worry about it. You'll like it.
Surprised beholder.
He's like, "I am electric with excitement."
We're in the middle right now, so we can go see. You literally told me.
I know, he did. She did.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Abram.
Abram.
Ibram.
Ibram.
Yeah.
So go see Ibram first. No, if we don't get snuck up on this
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to sneak up on him.
It's more so me.
And yeah, you're able to head over there, and he was just fascinated. He's quickly looking at the fauna that's there, examining it, and he's rattling off what the basically the discovery people call it. Their actual phonic name, essentially.
All the scientific names.
Yeah, the scientific names, just rattling them off, moving to another one, and he's like, "Oh, this one is so exquisite. It's so beautiful." He's not reaching out and someone that would typically be like, "Oh, this is beautiful." He's being respectful and just getting in a viewing distance.
I'm just enjoying this visual way too much.
And then he sees a flower, he goes over to it, and he's just like, "This is so beautiful. This is exquisite as well." He's just like a kid in a candy store.
That's like the best thing ever. A beholder that loves flowers.
And you find yourself in almost a hexagonal shape, and it's cracked. And this figure comes walking out, and you can see strings coming up off of it, glowing, and their entire essence is glowing from the inside. And they have their hands behind their back, and they stand about as tall as you, and you can see the various scars that they have. And they simply walk, keeping a distance from you, and they say, "Boy, you fucked up." And you recognize the voice of your father. "I am disappointed in you, and you're lucky your mother is not here."
I've made such a terrible mistake. I let all my emotions cloud my thoughts.
And he's just giving you that fatherly, judgmental look that just makes you feel so small.
Oh, yeah.
This is not the first encounter you wanted with your father.
No. It's filled with so much anger and hate, and I never should have done that.
Giving into Tiamat's will. Throwing away everything that you are and who you should be.
I do not want to bend to her wheels, no. I'm not hers to control.
And as you're watching him, he dissipates, and light slowly comes into the area, and you stand at the center of what appears to be a very large maze. And you hear a voice, "Find your way."
Holding on to what's left of that amulet?
And it just crumbles to dust in your hand.
Okay.
I would take the integral scarification.
Carve it in? Oh.
Got myself into this. I need to get myself out. Alright. I will not be hers. I'll go ahead and start making my way in.
Every step you take, it hits you instantly. And every time you take another step, you feel the pain that you've caused others with your actions of this.
keep going.
Yeah, it's just you feel the weight of everything of Tiamat on your shoulders, and you can see the shadows. And as you get close to the shadows, you can see the claws of her reaching out to take a hold of you.
Choose to ignore them. Keep pushing through. This is something
Another
that
investigation for you.
Okay. I did this and I need to fix it. And if they get too close, I'm gonna try and push them away and keep going.
God, I finally get into the place and I roll like shit.
Oh,
Fuck!
oh.
Another
Try talking
12.
to your dice.
Another 12.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just like so overwhelmed. Your tail is so crooked at this point, it might as well be a circle.
I did roll another dice.
No, I said talk to your dice.
Oh. They're plastic.
So,
Finger gun them.
get sexy with it. Star-Lord dance at the table tool.
Seduce your dice. It might work.
Just walk up to him. Dice, I've come to bargain.
So, with you and your guest, the druid, Archdude, comes out and she comes to you, right up behind you again. And she's like, she reaches out and touches you very gently, and you recognize the touch. To not startle you this time.
Thank God.
She could just say hi, Kaya.
She's like, it's a very odd guest you have. I've never smelt anything like him.
That is a very kind friend of mine who knew my mother.
Oh.
They wanted to see the town, so I agreed to take them out on the town and let them see things. They absolutely love flora and fauna and everything druid related.
And she's like, that's very interesting. They seem very interested in all the gifts here that nature has provided. I've only seen children act like this before. Sort of speaking, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I was much younger once. I remember that spark.
Survival.
I remember that.
You are now fighting for your life.
Am I still under calm emotions?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like everything's under control, going the way that it's supposed to. Nearest
can't-
I can fucking tell, having no idea what the fuck I'm looking at.
You could maybe ask.
Sir Mir is still pacing like an angry.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with him.
18.
Kind of go up to the, fuck, how do you pronounce
The
your name?
druid?
Yeah.
Riss.
Yeah.
Is that a big thing?
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with this ritual, but they are close followers of Bahamut, so
Well, they don't look worried, do they?
they look like they're focusing rather hard.
Okay. While I'm here, the one for Skycat. Do you know where that is?
Oh, Skycat. Yes, I can show you. And she heads towards the exit, and she looks at Sarmir as he's pacing. Sit. You will sit and be polite in my temple. And he looks to her, and he stands a little bit taller than her, and he's looking down at her, and you can see him wrestling a little bit. Fine. And he goes and he sits down cross-legged with his blade across his legs.
Oh, I imagine that thing is fully at the ready to just start hacking and slashing through
Shall we?
Thank you.
And she walks with you. She walks at your pace, and it's hard to find people that actually respect your pace.
Yeah.
And she takes you up to one of the long stairways that circles up to eventually one of the top towers. And you see a shrine for Skycat there. It's newly built, but it is a shrine to Skycat. And you see all these trinkets that are left there, a few bells, you see a few, like, knitted animals of sorts. And she's like, I will leave you in peace.
Thank you so much. If anything happens to my brother, could you let me know if I'm still up here?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And she heads back down to basically keep Sir Mir in check.
Yeah. I figure she's not going to be hanging around with him, looking for an excuse to make a mess.
She's the murder wrangler.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was at 18.
It's hard, but you're trying to find your way. When you come to crossroads, you're waiting and judging everything, and you're focusing very hard, and you're seeing which paths are more lit and which ones are darker, and letting faith guide you, essentially. And the other one. And he eventually, the satyr, he comes over to you, the broker, he's like, thank you, and he bows very gently.
Of course. Ibram, do you possibly have any new species of flowers that I would be able to take at least a couple with me?
She thinks for a moment. She heads off to her little alcove and home that she's made. And she eventually comes back. And she holds out these, they're almost disturbingly bright yellow flowers. And they have green around the edge. And she's like, speak kindly to them. Like, right now.
Your color is very warming.
And you see them actually sway a little bit, move more towards you.
Oh, that's actually really cute.
They actually grow on kind words.
They thrive on kindness?
Yes.
Oh, that's actually really cute.
That's pretty cool.
That is adorable.
They're from the Feywild.
I love that.
And she hands you the little pot with them in it.
I am going to take care of these.
And you see he's produced a scroll and a quill and he's writing.
If there are two, he's getting one.
There's 3 in the pot.
He's getting one. He's just not gonna know it yet.
15.
It's a trek and it hurts. You can feel it in your bones now, like almost like the padding between your bones. The squishiness is almost like solidifying, becoming crystallized.
Oh, jeez.
It's like having kidney stones in between your bones, bone spurs and such.
Arthritis, gout in every joint.
Okay. Self-reflection every single step of the way.
Every step,
Forward.
everything that you've done.
Terrible, terrible situation.
Yeah.
A gout flare-up in every joint.
Actually, bone spurs.
I'm weighing my
You know
actions.
exactly what I'm talking about.
I am weighing every action, all the good and all the
I
bad.
just felt my stomach legitimately turn.
Imagine breathing with that. Like your sternum and between, like right there, just feeling those bone spurs.
Okay, the popping is only making what she's saying worse.
We both just start cracking and popping.
Another one?
And he speaks to her a little bit about what she does, and he offers coin to make this area even more prolific. And she's like, no. Nature provides. We don't need your patronage, but we thank you.
Aww.
And he looks baffled for once, hitting that wall of like, I can't help you with coin. Perhaps exotic plants is a better solution.
Oh boy, now he's gonna want to transplant the druid circles.
And he takes you to a place in the mid-crest, and it's actually a very beautiful restaurant. And this winter fae comes to you, a winter elf, and she looks at you and she's like, huh, a centaur. Adorable.
Thank you.
Welcome to my restaurant. Come on in.
Thank you for having us.
We serve primarily vegetarian cuisine here. Is that okay with you?
That is more than fine with me.
We import ingredients from all across the travel paths to produce exotic and fine meals that will tantalize your palate.
It's gonna be like one of those dark places where they cut the lights off and you eat.
No, it's it's essentially high cuisine vegetarian food. Like they're using exotic ingredients from everywhere, and you get you get the menu and you're looking at the parchment, and it's on this very beautiful like silken parchment, and you're seeing the prices start at double-digit platinum.
Yeah, her ears are tight back against her head like, Jesus. Oh. Woo.
And your guide. It means nothing. Have whatever you want. If you want the entire menu, so be it.
I am not that hungry. But I
A few people are looking around at you like,
I'm like legitimately like looking through the menu and I'm trying to find anything that's mostly like berry related. Maybe something that has like a recommended like star or some kind of symbol next to it.
some recommendation.
Yes.
A waiter
House
shows
specialty.
a waiter shows up, and it's odd because it's a female orc. And she's actually very beautiful for an orc. You can tell that she probably has elvish in her. And she's like, trouble with the menu?
This is my first time here.
Oh. Would you like a recommendation?
Actually, yes, please.
And while she's talking to you, she opens a bottle of some sort of alcohol, and she pours it into both cups. And they're like crystal cups. Like, they're not glass. They're not formed glass. They're actually carved beautiful crystal.
Jesus.
And she pours it into each one, and you're like, you can smell how like expensive this alcohol is. It smells sweet, and it's slightly fizzy, and it's like, oh god. She's like, so I would recommend the experimental Fey melody. Each berry, depending how you consume it, can change its flavor. So if you simply take a bite of it, it will have one flavor. If you eat the whole thing, it will have another flavor. If you peel it and it's exposed to the air, it can produce another flavor.
Huh. That gives people...
Cayenne.
I have reason to believe that there are people who would have way too much fun and play with their food, knowing this.
The dish is supposed to be playful. At your leisure and to experiment, it's served with other vegetables that accommodate that are from the Feywild. And you're realizing, holy fuck.
I think I'll actually take your recommendation. That's too interesting not to try.
Hello, that is another strike for you.
Round 2.
No, it's more like round 4.
To
Soon
be
to
fair, it
be
did
round
fall.
12.
What'd you get?
24.
It did fall one time when he wasn't up there, so
You're carrying the burden, and you're making progress. And you eventually get to a part where you see paths are basically razor thin, essentially, that you're going to be walking on essentially a tightrope.
Alright. Probably uttering the same thing over and over, making my way. down.
Nikolai?
Yes.
I'm listening.
Given that Nikolai's usually kind of level-headed most of the time,
I don't think you're level-headed here.
Okay. I was hoping to get a wisdom to, like, realize that I'm being a dork and just running around like a idiot.
Another investigation.
Okay.
He's going to spend his whole time here where he's finally got here and just be too distracted to stop.
Oh my god, what the hell?
Is that another fucking 12?
Yes!
Dude! Talk to your dice.
Finger gun your dice. Seduce them if you have to. Or kindly ask your DM if you may have a favor this once.
That was asking.
Bravery! Excuse me.
That's what I was asking, to have a moment to calm myself and just concentrate on looking for something in particular.
You're just getting distracted by everything.
It's fair.
He orders the same thing as you.
Took him 2 weeks to get here.
And he's like, I
Every
hope
day
this
he's been
isn't
wanting
too
to.
much for you.
It shouldn't be. The experience will just be different. I've had
to
enhanced
go.
food once
Not the
before in my
characters. Oh.
travels. The
So
oddest
it's like, we'll
being
finally there.
food that prepared itself for me, like vegetables,
kinda
you know,
perfect.
dicing themselves and killing
terrible.
themselves.
He looks so fascinated by this.
And then there was the chicken that plucked its own feathers and cooked itself and prepared a meal for us.
How horrifyingly interesting.
It was. I was more taken aback by it than anything. The lady of the forest home though, where we got the vegetables that prepared themselves, was actually really cool.
I'm glad things turned out well for you in the end, as we can have this wonderful meal. Consider this a preparation for things to come when you have to deal with nobles. As they prefer this, I consider a relatively easy meal to attend to, but they prefer things oh so gaudy. I've had to deal brokering with all kinds of nobles, and their meals are soulless.
Expensive, pretty, but soulless.
Pretty to look at, not much else, essentially.
And he motions for you to try the drink.
I will try my drink.
You reach out and you grab the glass, and you're surprised it's actually cold to the touch. Not like freezing cold, but it's like it's cool to keep the drink actually cool at a specific temperature.
That's pretty cool.
And you take a sip of it, and you're just like, your brain probably skips a beat, I'm guessing, because it's like a beautiful layer of sangria of different fruits and vegetables. Not vegetables that would blend with the flavors to actually enhance them, not distract from them.
So like carrot and beet and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you're just like, there's a sweetness to it, and you're just like picking up on. It's like if you picked the fruit off the actual like vine itself and ate it fresh when it's at its most ripe.
A magical V8.
Like the V8 fusions.
Yeah, but less tomatoey, more actual like rich fruit.
The V8 fusions were definitely a lot better.
I can't do V8 at all. It instantly turns my stomach upside down. I've tried so many times.
My dad only ever got the V8 fusions for us because it was the only one that had a lot more fruit and way less vegetables.
Yeah, just the tomato or the fusions or whatever. I pick up way too much of the ironiness and
Yep.
tomato. And
Nope.
nope.
I'm the same way.
Alright.
V8 fusion and vodka.
Go ahead. Probably just keep repeating the same prayer over and over.
Fusion and chicken.
O Bahamut, Empyrean of Platinum, I have disgraced you. I have fallen. I seek your forgiveness. I seek your guidance. I ask for mercy, though perhaps I do not deserve it. But I cannot allow her to take me. I am not hers to control. I beg of you. And I keep going, and that was a 17.
You're starting to see things within the walls of this maze, and they're only shadows that are highlighted by light, so you can make out shapes of people, not actual details. And you're getting a glimpse, if you continue down the path of following Tiamat, of all the people you would hurt or possibly kill. And you can see down into the darkness, glances at things, and you can hear the voices of suffering and pain and agony that you would cause.
Keep going. Natural 20.
Natural 20? Okay. So your food comes and it's in a bowl, and you can see the various berries that were described, and you can see these leaves, and you can see the stems of the leaves, but in between it, the actual meat of it is semi-translucent, almost like a lime greenish color, and you can see like onion and other things in there mixed in.
I'm going to pick up a berry and eat a berry whole.
You eat the berry whole, and it's like eating a gusher form of a warhead. It's very tower and sour, then suddenly sweet at the very end as you do that.
Try something else, but break it in half first.
You're going
"What?"
through the process. You break it in half and you eat a piece of it, and it's kind of like breaking a jawbreaker in half and eating it, and you get that nice sweetness and the flavor of the berry instead, and you're realizing, what the fuck?
And I'm going to be picking through each food and doing that. I'm like, what the? My brain.
It's the same
Are my
thing.
taste
It tastes
buds broken?
different.
Yeah, it's like you eat a piece of the leafy green as it is, and it kind of like almost like eating a piece of flat ice. It just melts in your mouth, and it's an instant palate cleanser with like mint.
So it's like a sweet mint.
Yeah, it's like a very sweet mint, and you're like, oh.
I do too. I love sweet mint.
And you realize even the onions are deceptive in a way where it's something else. It's not like that oniony taste. It's like the sweetness of an onion without the other elements.
Like if they were caramelized without actually being.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's probably blowing your mind about like this kind of meal.
Mm-hmm.
Scav.
Making all of the faces. Not bad faces,
Nikolai?
good faces.
Yeah.
Nikolai,
Yes.
roll.
Okay.
What would you get?
I didn't roll it. I had that natural 20. You want to roll again?
Well, it went up by 2.
See, there you go.
You get further along and you feel yourself calming down a bit. Roll again. And your friend is over there, and he's just eating too. He's making all sorts of faces as well, because it's just like... And he takes 2 halves put together and eats it, and makes a weird face about that.
That was weird.
10.
God, I can only imagine how much fun that would fucking be.
You stumble
Dude,
a
it's
little bit,
freaking
and you
amazing,
almost
actually.
fall off of the very narrow path, and you can feel the shadows reaching up towards your tail and your ankles and your legs. The coldness of it.
Repeat my prayer again and keep on going.
And you hear that familiar voice, the harmony of Tiamat, whisper to you, "Give up, and I will offer you everything."
Fuck you, bitch.
What'd you get? 14?
14.
14? You eventually come to a section of this place after looking around. You're like breathing so hard, and you look over and you see a goblin at a stand, and nobody's really there. And you approach and you see all these old clocks, and some of them have been rebuilt. A lot of them are broken, and the goblin looks at you very hopeful that you'll approach their stall.
Sure. I'll approach the stall.
And
Some goblins seem pretty cool. So.
And the goblin looks at you.
Hi.
That!
That's what.
Hi.
Hi. What you got?
I have tick-ticks.
Tick-ticks.
Holds up a clock at the bottom, falls out. Ignore that.
Alrighty.
So cute.
They're cool. I will take a moment and study the clocks and look for the best one.
Tinkering.
Tick
So-
ticks.
Tick-ticks. Eventually the meal comes to an end, and they ask if you would like a dessert.
Going up?
If you have something small that has strawberry in it, doesn't have to be fully strawberry. I'd try something small.
And the waitress, she smiles and she's like, I understand. And she heads off. What was your tinkering?
15.
Wow, you're going up slowly.
Yeah. Wait a minute. No, tinkering. Yeah, 15.
15, you have to double check there. Wow, you rolled like shit. Tinkering saved your life. You look around and you eventually find what looks like a pocket watch, Tick-Tick as it's called.
Uh-huh.
And you look at it, it's very crudely built, but there's a certain elegance to it.
Okay.
And you see that examining it quickly, looking over it, recognizing other craftsmanship. They basically took pieces from a bunch of different clocks and pocket watches and put them in here and hoped for the best to work, and somehow it is actually working.
Oh, seems to be keeping a really good time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How much?
They're like, 1 copper.
I'll give them a silver.
And they take the silver and they're looking at it and they're like,
It's all yours.
and they hand you, they reach behind, they get a bag, and the bag looks like almost like it's just a messy bag, like terrible, made of what is it? You put potatoes in it,
Burlap.
burlap, and they tear it off with their mouth to make sure it's big enough, and they fill it full of spare parts and hand it to you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Gift. Enjoy the tick-tick.
Thank you. I will.
You wander off with this now pocket watch that's like the big as your hand, and this bag under your arm full of
Stuff in my
parts.
bag of holding. And take a moment as I have stopped running around and calmly look around.
And as you look around, and you're just like, you feel your heart rates are picking back up because you're like, oh my god, there's so much here.
Yeah. Try to calm myself down.
Did you roll another one there? Survival?
I did.
What is it?
25.
25? You pull yourself back on the path and eventually make your way, and you carry on for what seems to be hours and hours traversing this place.
Same
Endless. And eventually you get to another area. And this is another hexagonal area. And in the middle of this area, you see your most hated enemy manifested.
Mongo?
And you realize you have a choice to make.
It's invoking all of the feelings of hate and anger.
Poor Manny.
I want to destroy, but I know the trick.
So, the waitress, she comes back. She sits down in front of you, and it basically looks like a very beautiful piece of New York cheesecake.
Let the dice decide. Ask for a wisdom save.
And I would share this with the broker for sure.
He's being very gentle with the fork and taking a piece, and he's just like, "What is this glorious food?" And he looks at the waitress, and the waitress comes back, and he stands up, and he puts his hand down on the table. And a few people stop, and they look over, and he's like, "Who is the god that created such a dish?" And they're like, that would be our chef, sir? Present them to me. I must thank them in person about their glory. And the waitress is like, right, sir, and they head off.
Why can I see this
I could just see
in person?
the kitchen. Sir, chef, there's a crazy guy that wants to talk to you. He loves your shit.
Just see this in a fancy bistro, and you're just sitting there enjoying cheesecake, and your partner sitting across from you stands up abruptly and just slaps the table as hard as they can, and just dead eye stares and fucking knife hands the waitress. Like, I just want to eat.
And they sit back down very casually and just place their hands on the table, waiting.
Patiently waiting. Excited to thank the chef.
What are you doing, Scav?
Every ounce of my being wants to strike this down, but
Or the first time Thor had coffee.
Another.
What is
Another.
but I know that that would not be right. I think I must learn to forgive, in a sense. While they still must pay, this isn't right. I choose to follow the light of Bahamut.
So you forgive them. And just like that, you wake up underwater, choking for air,
okay. Hurry.
as you realize where you're at under that
Okay.
pool of water,
I'll
having
just let
been
you lay
held
there.
under the water. And they slowly bring you back up from the water. And you have around your neck the sigil of Bahamut restored.
Hold it. I'm probably gonna speak in Kobold to myself.
And before you can speak, you're cured. All your hit points are restored. Sir Mir comes up, grabs you by your tunic, and headbutts you as hard as possible.
And you're back down to 1 hit point.
All exhaustion's gone?
Not the exhaustion yet.
Ugh.
As you're headbutted for 23 points of damage.
What the?
Yeah. And he pulls you back up from the water as you're raining. He's like, "What the fuck were you thinking? Do you realize how angry your parents would be?" And the paladins and clerics all move away like,
Furious.
and he looks at you and leans in very closely. "Swear to me or I drowned you right here."
What does he ask me to do?
Swear to him. Make an oath to him.
I'm trying to think what to say.
Zoro King is going to need that helmet of restoration more than ever.
I've made a
The
terrible
helmet.
mistake, Samir. I have disgraced everything that you and my family
No more head trauma.
stands for. I will not make that same mistake again. And with that, I will actually even go ahead take one of my claws and just place it directly on him. It's like, I give you my very my blood oath. I will not stray from the path again.
And he just lets you go and then offers you a hand to pull you up.
Take it. I probably still feel very weak.
Oh, you feel like dog shit, and that headbutt just rocked you.
Oh, my mind was not in the right place. I sought guidance from the gods.
Well, angry.
That was a terrible mistake. So much to learn still.
He's like, And you come back down and you see the blood in the water and Sir Mir standing over Scabbard. You have no idea what just transpired. And the clerics and paladins are all moved away.
Do they look worried?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Sir Mir, do me a favor.
And you hear Scabbard speak very mousedly.
Hit me again. I deserve it for what I've done to you.
I'm so sorry.
Does he have his helmet on?
I do not. I just have just my
fuck.
regular attire.
Oh, no.
Wait till he has his helmet on! Fuck!
Yeah, that's basically just Skyver telling him, like, hey, I deserve this. You're more than appropriate to dish out this punishment.
Is someone on the table?
Yeah, I think so.
I believe it may be a Sporta.
Can you go check real quick?
I think it is Sparta.
No, actually, it looks like it's Sparta and Cheddar playing with each other.
Okay. So, as you grant Sir Mir this, not that he needs permission, he brings around his elbow and hits you right across the face, and you feel your entire spinal column crack. As you see blood just splatter across this beautiful, pristine water.
I made sure that everyone in the vicinity can hear this.
And
not
he
bad.
elbowed you across the face for 36 points of damage.
Good night.
Yeah,
I am unconscious, but it's
And
well deserved.
Good night, sweet prince. And you see this, and you're just like, oh, shit.
Good night to the Emperor.
But yeah, no, you would have heard me tell him to do this.
Walk up after he says that. It's like, make sure he has it. Oh, and
The cleric's
And,
like, and he's like, restore him.
So I can do this again and again.
And he turns around and he looks at you and
I hide.
he's like, I'm done. And he walks past you and picks up his sword.
I am not getting in his way in any way, shape, or form.
Terror.
That may have gotten rid of calm emotions.
So eventually the waitress returns, and you see him with this very beautiful fae. And they're like,
What type of thing are they?
they're probably of the fae court. And you can't tell if they're male or female. They're so androgynous, but absolutely just stunning. And people are all like looking over, and it's like that natural fae enchantment that comes off of them. And they approach and they're like, you wanted to speak to me. And he stands up and reaches out and gently takes the fae's hand and places a coin into the hand. You can see it briefly. It's not a copper, it's not a silver, it's not a gold or a platinum, it's something else. And he looks at this fae. He's like, Thank you for the wonderful meal. May your future be blessed. And the Fae's like, they look in their hand, and you see their eyes just immediately go wide briefly, like, thank you, sir. And he steps back and he bows gently, and the chef walks off, very shaken.
That is one way to share gratitude.
They deserve the brightest of futures, as they delivered happiness to so many people.
Why is this beholder such a good one?
Not all entities have to be evil.
I know. Like,
You bring out the best
Some of them can potentially be chaotic neutral or even
Oh my god,
chaotic
I
good.
think we have a wrestling fan. Damn, I don't know what hurts more, the Undone or the Empire's elbow there.
I mean, if anybody's gonna drop a fucking finishing move on somebody, you know it's gonna be Sermir.
You're gonna be hurting so much.
Yeah, he's got a lot of things to figure out now.
The coast is clear now. It's been about 10 minutes since Sermir left, and they've restored him to the shore, brought him back up to full again. Investigation there, dear. So,
Come on, dice.
Just out of curiosity, did that restoration get rid of at least 1 point of exhaustion?
no, it's not normal it's not normal exhaustion.
That's fair.
Fuck.
Alright. Come on, dice.
You get a to-go box, essentially. And he walks with you, and he looks at you, and he's like, I hope that wasn't too explicit.
no, that was I'm going to admit, you expressing your gratitude to the Fae chef was entertaining. The look on their faces, they did not know how to take your kindness, was pretty good.
And it's just that very friendly smile again. And eventually you find yourself at Lef's pub to have drinks, and Lef comes over and is very suave, as usual. It's like, Cayenne, who's the tall, dark, and drinky? You guys knocking hooves tonight?
Oh,
The broker never gave me a name he used in this form, so it's hard for me to introduce.
You can make something up. You need a moment?
I'd need a moment to
Okay.
come up with a name on that.
What was your role there?
13.
Easily
13?
do that.
Garbage. Again, like, my dice have betrayed me tonight.
In the most important
I've got
place.
2 more dice to roll that I haven't rolled yet for this.
All right.
Try to say nice things to them.
And
Yeah.
mean it.
I did.
So you wander around a little bit, and you eventually come to a food stall, and your stomach is growling a little bit.
Alright.
And it's a kobold at the stall.
Does it smell good?
It smells like food.
Okay.
And they look at you.
I'm hungry. Been running around this place like crazy.
This kobold is not like a kobold you've seen before. Their head is very angular and comes to like a beak shape with like little teeth peeking out. And their eyes are more towards the side, and they're kind of tilting their head a little bit. It's almost like more of a horned lizard appearance.
Okay.
And they hold out something for you, and it's a little bag of something, and they're like, 1 silver apiece for you.
Give him a silver.
And they take it, and
Thank you.
it's big enough to hold in your arms, and there's like this mystery meat that's been prepared in there, and you're like, I better not ask what this is.
Yeah. I'll eat some of it. And
The first piece you
Give him
get,
my links.
yeah, the first piece you get is like that one time I really over-seasoned something.
Super salty.
Yeah, you're like, oh,
Ooh! Ha! So salty it burns.
yeah, it's like, ooh. You've been there with Chad.
Where
Overly seasoned to a point it's
to where it
hurts.
takes every bit of any kind of wetness out of your mouth.
Yeah. Did you come up with the name? You're usually pretty good with names.
I think so. I just hope I don't butcher this pronunciation because it is Elvish,
Okay.
but it is a masculine name.
All right.
A lady does not tell her secrets left, but this is Lomion.
The broker looks over, raising an eyebrow, and just kind of smiles. And Left looks to you and then looks over at the stranger and is like, well, welcome to my humble abode. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Discount on the house. Hopefully it leads to some more good times for you, dear. And he heads off. And the broker looks over and is like,
I had heard a name in passing that I thought suited the form that you are assuming, which means a child of Twilight.
I like that.
It is a
Okay, Cheddar wasn't even there. That's
I think it's just cursed at this point.
it is an Elvish name. As you did not give me a name earlier on this evening, as I did not ask.
Yeah, well, it works out as I had no name prepared. I shall assume this name going forward whenever we interact.
If you so choose to, or find a name that is more suitable and you can coach me how to pronounce it appropriately, I am more than fine learning a new name. Will be honest, I am probably going to have to go by a different name in places that I venture to. Out of safety, apparently.
Well, that is fine. I will find you however I need to.
You will always know me as the name that I gave to you when we first met.
And he just smiles. And eventually, drinks are delivered. And Left's wife is like, he really thinks you guys are something special. He's trying to play matchmaker.
They say love is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh my God, Tom.
Why?
Beauty
Why?
was in the eye
Why?
of the beholder.
Why?
Tom.
Why did you flinch?
She just looks
I
at
don't
you,
have a weapon.
setting down the drinks, and she's like,
Tom, I hope the next time you eat popcorn, one of those kernels gets
He doesn't
stuck
eat popcorn.
in your teeth.
he doesn't eat popcorn.
And I
Weird.
hope every
I
Oreo
love
you
watching movies.
dip in your
I
milk
love the
crumbles.
image of like the
And she just
the
gives you the drinks,
white
and
and red with. I fucking
she's
love
like,
that one.
it's
It's
okay.
got like the contents.
Yeah,
He's a hopeless romantic,
It's a texture thing, I think.
especially for others.
Was he a hopeless romantic for you? How are you doing today, Clue?
I am doing well. An odd weather we're having, but
I thought so too. It's been mostly cleared since we've been here.
well, now it's been sprinkling all day, and I didn't expect rainy weather in the forecast, but it is what it is, and we are here, and might as well enjoy it.
At least the
Physical
rain
basketball.
will help us be provided with more crops.
One can only hope.
Yes.
Well, I will leave you two to it and try to get his attention elsewhere. And she heads off.
Look.
And you probably glance over at the bar, and Left just kind of got you.
Oh, the eye twitch. that
As much as you
that
want to hurt
quiet,
left,
you motherfucker.
as much as you want to hurt left, you love him.
He's hilarious.
Very much a bard.
Oh yeah.
So, back to you two.
Mongo, I'm so sorry.
As you speak, you feel the pain in your jaw from that.
Ah, God, he hits like a cannon. Oh,
Restore, except for leave the hurt.
I'm gonna feel that for a little bit.
And you move a little bit, and you feel a tooth is loose. You pulled out a loose.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
This player wants to know: is it like getting hit by the bullet?
It probably feels like that time getting hit in the face with a baseball bat.
Why do I have a feeling that's not the character answering?
It's not.
Comment. Why did you flinch? I don't even have a weapon.
Oh, Mongo,
Nails.
I'm sorry.
That doesn't count. These break easy.
What'd
So
you
do
roll
I.
after eating the really salty
Right.
food?
I'm so sorry.
Alright, come on,
Put you
Dice.
in
Be
danger.
nice
What
to
the
me.
fuck did you even do?
I treat you nice.
I made a very poor. I acted in poor judgment and made a terrible mistake. And it's a mistake I will not repeat. Dude, you want to borrow
14.
my dice?
14?
Okay, you know what? At least you're
It went
rolling
up
over
and then it
fucking
went
10,
down.
okay?
No! I'm rolling 6s, 8s, and 7s.
Okay, your results are over 10.
You want
Huh?
to borrow
It's
my
always
dice?
just
Maybe
one.
my
Nope.
good luck rubs off on them.
Nope.
You want me to bless them for you?
Nope.
I didn't hear that.
My dice are my friends. They're teaching me a lesson of
You
some
roll
sort.
better.
So it just says that
Better.
he gets out of the shower,
I've got
he
one
goes
more
into
dice that I
sport
haven't
mode.
rolled for this yet.
Okay.
Fail.
So yeah, you're too distracted by the mystery meat. It's really salty, weird, and exotic, and somewhat gamey, but it's actually pretty okay.
Alright, cool.
It's like burnt ends, but more questionable.
As long as it's okay, it's cool.
Pulling Mongo in for a hug.
He's not freezing anymore.
At least you've warmed up. What mistake did you make exactly that was so fucking dire?
I was so full of anger and hatred. I tried reaching out to the gods. Something else answered instead. I never should have done that while angry, and my actions. I need to learn to forgive, Mongo.
Do you want to rewind to, the something else?
I will
Now,
not
do
say.
we have to add to the fucking list again?
No.
Yes, let's go kill Tiamat. Let's do it.
The list is getting fucking long. We need to start crossing fucking names off before we start adding them.
It was the
Fuck!
dark. It was the dark dragon goddess. Okay.
That sounds bad.
It was. It was terrible. I was forced to see horrible things. Things that I don't want to happen. Things that I cannot let happen.
Hey, Cheddar.
And I'm sorry, Mongo, for everything.
Roll again.
Alrighty. Come on. Last chance hope here, Dice. Come on.
Clue
Don't
refills her
let me
drink.
down. Don't let me
And she's
down.
like, I have a question
Any of
for you,
it's-
Cayenne.
You're
Yes!
forgiven.
When are we going to be graced by Careless Whiskers again?
But
I'll see if I can get him to grace the place with his presence later this evening, if he's feeling up to it.
If you can, we would like to also have Coin present because they played that really interesting song of Hold On to My Fur.
Oh, you know this has got to happen.
I broke Tom at the table.
I broke him earlier with the sport mode.
Man, no,
3, 4, 5, 6.
You know what song came up in conversation at the fucking day job, and I actually asked them to change the conversation. Careless Whispers.
imagine singing that in lolcat. Or, just singing it in meows. But yeah, no.
24.
Wait, what?
Fuck. Hell
Took
yeah,
8
dude.
dice rolls to get a decent dice roll.
I
But
scolded
looking
his
for
dice.
cool shit.
I did
You know
scold his
some of the
dice.
things I'm specifically looking for.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
You finally come across a stall
Okay.
once you start to calm down a little bit, and it's a dwarf.
Dwarf.
Not
Okay.
a dwarf, a dwarf.
A dwarf.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you pause at it, and you do see that behind them they have the dwarven banner flying.
Okay. All right. Got to think positively on this.
Bad one.
If I can
Oh.
somehow
We're gonna kill something.
accomplish a positive transaction, maybe have somebody that I can use to get into these guys. So I'm not going to be offensive.
Okay. I didn't ask. What were you doing upstairs, Mongo?
Well, you said that there's a bunch of little like trinkets here and there. I have to find one to leave for myself,
Okay.
and the only thing that I could come up with is to make him a drink.
All right, make a
Making
drink
a
for
drink in a temple? What the fuck is wrong with you?
There are plenty of gods and goddesses that will take that as the highest honor.
Yeah, that's
Damiaro.
Like Magna, for example, which is the reason we have meat. It was made from his blood.
Yeah.
That is true. Okay.
Plus,
okay,
I mean,
yeah.
it's something that Mongo can like kind of handcraft.
And agriculture gods and goddesses, they
Okay, yeah,
would
that's-
accept
that's
fruits and
It's something that
products
I
made
can
from them.
get
Damiaro,
creative with.
his temple is a pub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a hoity-toity temple, it's a freaking pub.
It's like considering what Skycat has domain over. It's the best thing I can
Yeah.
fucking possibly come up with.
Catnip infused wine.
There you
Go
go.
for it. So you see this dwarf and really gruff looking and just some gray and all these like intricate things. And they're just going through like a scroll looking at it.
Okay. Well, yeah, go over to him. Hello, sir.
The dwarf finishes reading their scroll, not even paying you mind,
Sure. Patiently wait.
and rolls the scroll up. Takes a drink of their preferred beverage. Looks around, looks down at you, and says, I was expecting a better customer than a rodent, but I guess this will do.
Oh, I've heard
Speak
nothing.
your business now.
Heard nothing but the finest things about dwarven works. I wanted to peruse your goods here. What is he selling?
Various kinds of mining tools, essentially.
Mining tools.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Mining tools, or even maybe including gem cutting tools.
There are gem cutting
Okay,
tools there,
okay.
too, yeah.
Ready? Well, I will kind of like show the brooch that I've made myself with the fine gem cutting I did with that, and it kind of like not like present it to him, but like make sure it's there to be seen, and ask to look at his gem cutting tools, because I do
He snorts a little bit. He's like, number 3, and this halfling comes out and they have a metal around their neck and shackles, and they come over to you and they gently pick you up and present you up so you can actually see the tools.
Mhm.
And you can see all the various lacerations and disciplines that this halfling has suffered.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Time and place.
across their actual forehead, you can see number 3 is branded there in Dwarven and Common.
Okay.
And you're able to examine the tools.
Okay. Investigation, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Since you're the one that
I
rolled
can
good
feel
for
the
me,
heat from over here on this entire table, and
Place
some
and time,
from over
place
here.
and time, guys.
No, no.
Yeah, because eventually he has to leave.
First word out of that piece of shit's mouth when he's not at that swamp meet. Last
Ow,
words
I'm
ever
dying.
said.
23.
23. They're extraordinary tools.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Are the prices labeled?
There are no prices labeled, which means that there are specifics probably.
Okay. Okay. Can I use wisdom or something like that to get a general idea of what these probably should sell for?
You know they're from the Dwarven Empire, which means they're probably very finely crafted.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so same comparable tools, good tools that I would know the cost are.
These would probably be significantly more.
I understand that, but I'm trying to formulate an idea of how much to offer.
You're mentally not able to actually. You're like, this is a departure of what I'm used to, so I can't really put a number on it. I will have to inquire.
Okay, alrighty. I will
What'd you roll
attempt
for your
to
drink?
use.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Nice.
See, you do get them.
When
Yeah.
he's doing non-wizard stuff.
Yeah.
Whenever it's making a drink, though. Apparently,
Most of the time, actually.
are you gonna get a part-time job at Lefts? Apparently.
He's gonna make the best Munchkin Tabaxi mixologist.
I thought
Yeah.
you knew that one.
What?
Alright, attempt to use persuasion to
Mixologist?
express the humbleness to these wonderfully crafted tools, and inquire how much they cost. Because I've never seen such finely crafted tools. I will present my mantis tool as though this thing is a wonderful tool. These are significantly better. I have no idea what they would cost, but I was able to purchase this, and I know that this thing should be way more than 50 gold. So,
So you're trying to talk it.
I'm trying to talk to him, trying to break that shell a little bit to have a positive experience. You know.
He looks at you and he's taking in what you're saying.
Yeah.
Roll that persuasion.
Okay.
Meanwhile, there are other players that are positive. Dude gonna die bloody.
Not that bad. Not that good. It's just a flat 10.
He looks to the mantis tool and he's like, first of all, that's a pile of shit. Second of all, you're not of the Empire. It's obvious. You're not
Obvious.
branded as such. 200 platinum.
200 platinum, huh?
Do a wisdom for me, Nikolai.
That's not good.
And that would be with advantage because you need to understand things. So yes, you make this
Same fucking number.
make this wonderful drink.
5.
5. Okay.
I guess I'm buying way more tools than I should.
At least they're good quality. You were saying?
What kind of drink do you make for the god?
Something with mint in it.
Okay.
Mojito?
A mojito of some sort. Okay. You make a cat version of a mojito. And,
Meowhito.
so you finish mixing it up and you put it on the pedestal. And, the priestess, she comes back to let you know you can go down. And, you're like, you probably are just like, okay. And you look back and the glass is empty. So, you can take that was what you think and return back to him.
Okay. Yeah, back downstairs.
I'm sending you a message, Tom.
And, yeah, I guess,
Scabbard, basically is forgiving
Tom?
you for every misdeed you ever did to him.
oh, I'll rack that back up. Don't worry about it.
So,
Still got the glitter wand.
so you start to actually kind of feel a moment of dread, like deep inside of you. You realize that you're considering actually doing business with the Dwarven Empire, and you know where your family stands with the Dwarven Empire, and you're seeing how they're treating you, and especially this halfling. That you could probably work with gnomes to get equal quality tools without soiling your name.
Yeah. And the transaction is because my goal was to, if this turns out to be like a fantastic transaction, like the guy's really cool, like he's not the typical nasty dwarf.
Oh, he's not like...
Yeah. Because I do know that not all dwarves are assholes.
Yeah.
Then I would have done the transaction, but this is clearly just an asshole. So
He's of the Empire.
he's of the Empire
Through and through.
Yeah, and he could be like a sleeper cell or something like that. I was just trying to get some type
This
of
player says any race, any fantasy race that owns another race is automatically not a good person and deserves nothing but death, in my opinion. There is no good in that character. There will never be good in that character. The only good in them is when their pulse stops. And their soul is in a jar.
So
When you plunge a good knife into them, there will be some good in them.
If I remember correctly, there is one out there that did enslave a race. But they enslaved a really fucking evil race. And they were the good guys.
So,
But a lot of people don't see it that way.
so
thank you very much, and I take my leave.
as you're walking away, you see the halfling standing there, and the dwarf comes around and grabs them by their chain and starts to discipline them, blaming them in Dwarven. You don't understand it, but obviously
He's angry.
for the loss of a sail.
Mm-hmm. Since I've been exposed to the actual laws of this land, do I know that slavery is not accepted, even in the Grey District?
Within the Grey District, you would know, having been at the table for the other nobles, that it is a Grey District, that cultures can represent themselves within means. This is within means to not disturb the peace.
This is within means.
Within the Grey Market. If this was anywhere else, you could do something about it. You know the broker personally, so you could definitely do something about it.
I will wander off a little bit, because I know there's Grey Cloaks here. And I will tell, when I'm out of obviously seen of this dwarf, I will tell, I want that guy's name, please.
The Grey Cloak is like, very well, we can get you that information.
Thank you.
Boy, certain tension at the table. So
And I will continue looking around for.
So now that you've been
decent stuff.
broken by the question of when are they going to see two performers,
Cayenne would have explained definitely to Clue that she will see what she can do about getting Careless Whispers and Coin to show up at Lefts at their own leisure if their schedule's permitted.
she nods and heads off. Do you two head off to somewhere else? By this time that you realize this took a better part of the entire day. Like, it's already getting later into the day. And that this is yet another
Hi.
traumatic experience. Like, you're realizing you're in the big fish now that Scav royally fucked up.
I don't know if I can. I think I have to try. Is there any way you think we could actually speak with Mother Kodos?
Oh, fuck.
Whoa!
There's
I'm not
something-
gonna lie, brother. That's
There's something I must
a
do.
mountain size of an ask. I mean,
He's playing.
I mean, I suppose you can ask Kippa
So do you go back to the market to look around a little bit?
pretty
Yeah,
well
go back to the market,
connected
look around for other stuff.
to,
Um,
and then schedule a meeting.
A little shaken by that
A little
experience.
shaken by that experience. In
Suppose-
particular, I kind of want to focus my search.
Let's try.
I'm looking for gems like the one that was made for me in hometown,
Okay.
so I can make the two additional pieces of jewelry that I want to make.
Okay. Roll an investigation with advantage.
Come on, guys, be nice to me, or I'll put you away in bags
My way to
forever.
the,
But threatening them isn't
the
gonna help.
press.
Okay.
Okay,
Speak with Kippa,
maybe I won't.
See if there's something that could be done.
Yeah. Do you go with?
I guess you're right. Threatening won't help.
Hey, Tom, pay
Oh, you
attention.
got advantage.
You going with?
With him?
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. So you make your way to the upper
Oh
crust.
my god!
It still aches to walk, but you're feeling a bit better, less
This is just absurd.
realizing how close you came to losing everything. And it wasn't even a physical enemy.
Probably using Feisty for support there, but
Yeah, Feisty's giving you support.
I'll be
Whole 12.
close by
12?
to on the other side.
give her a little pat. I'm okay, girl. I'm alright. I think.
So, you guys eventually get to the upper crust. And slowly walking along. And, you're walking away from lefts with, your friend. And, you see Mongo and, Scabbard looking really rough. Like, he's holding on to Feisty, and he's just like, his walking is a little bit labored. And you see Mongo actually walking with him, kind of tending to him a little bit.
I guess we'd be, since I assume we're making our way back down to the lower,
Yeah,
we'd basically be walking toward them.
yeah.
Hello, sister.
You're not paying attention.
I thought she was walking. Okay.
You're going this way, she's off this way.
We'd basically be walking into each other, essentially.
Oh, well then-
You're actually heading more this. They're heading more this way, and you're heading this way because they're heading to the noble area. You're coming from lefts.
Oh,
so-
okay.
That's what confused me.
Yeah,
I thought
you'd
she-
basically be walking up like right onto them, and they wouldn't know you were actually there unless they were actively looking for you.
And she's not her normal self right now.
Yeah,
Probably won't even recognize
you
her.
can choose to approach them or just continue on.
I'd make my body walk in the direction of them so they definitely at least hear my hooves and notice me.
Yeah, you hear the familiar hooves.
Probably a scrape in the dirt.
Look over.
And you see a very
The one who
beautifully
almost broke you.
dressed Cayenne
Cayenne?
with a equally very beautifully dressed satyr.
Are you okay, sister?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Alright.
I'm spending the day with Lomion.
Hello.
Greetings, Scabbard.
Hello there.
How do you
Melting?
know my name?
You're a noble. I know nobles.
Right.
Remember how we first got into the city and people already knew who we were?
Yeah,
True.
no, I'm still trying to fucking get used to it.
Yeah. What's your name, good sir?
She just said that.
Lomion.
Forgive him. He's,
I'm not here 100%.
yeah, he,
Did y'all notice the stormy weather earlier?
About that.
yeah. That, well,
It's a
Tell you
bit of a
later.
long story, so I'll cut it short.
later.
Later. I need to speak with
was-
Kippa.
Not in public.
We will speak on this later.
Just don't hate him. Sumia did that enough.
I can tell by the lumpiness. I just remember reattaching muscle. Or helping Osley
yeah, no,
reattach
his
muscle.
jaw clicks. a
I
little
asked
right
him
now.
to hit me. I did something really stupid, Cayenne.
Explain later.
Yeah.
I will not ask questions right now.
I'm sorry. And
He
You-
sold it.
You need to take him to.
You got a 12,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, another 12. No, that was a 13. It was a 7.
13?
I'll catch
Okay.
up with you guys later.
You're wandering around aimlessly in this
Everything's
place.
better now, so don't worry.
So
Enjoy.
disappointed.
It's like the biggest
Just fell
swap
out.
meet that you've ever.
I'll just use the computer this
Being
time.
very well taken
If I
care
get
of.
another one.
Roll another one?
It's,
Sweet!
give a bow to
it's
this,
very, very nice. Seeing the childlike wonder in one's face when they go to the druid circle as much as me. It's actually kind of cute.
I'm gonna give this satyr
I give
a
up.
polite
I'm done.
bow.
I'm
He
just gonna go
bows back very gently.
By the way,
Can you tell me how to
These
spell
sticks.
his name?
She would know. I don't have the spelling.
Okay. How do you spell his name?
home. Lonion.
I will. So you don't have to use the. I don't know what the fuck that's called in the English language as far as that punctuation point. Because it looks
What
like
was it?
it's not a
9.
hyphen, it's
9?
Yeah.
You accidentally bump into a
It's a
gray
something.
cloak and they turn around and it's
It's a something.
and it's that familiar mushroom one and they have their dagger pulled. Stop.
No, please.
Oh.
Hey.
Hmm.
You know anybody that's selling gems here?
They look at you. Gem?
Gems. You know, like the rock? Pointing to my.
They look at it and you see like if you can tell in their black little beady eyes there's a loading screen going on. You can probably hear the 56K modem dialing up.
Error. Cannot compute.
Please connect Ethernet cable. And they take your hand very gently,
Okay.
walking over.
I'll let him lead me, or
They-
them lead me.
They walk over to another gray cloak and tug on the cloak, and the gray cloak turns around and looks down, gets down, and they're like, "Gem, not stab." You're looking for
For gems, please.
right.
This
thank
place is huge,
Thank you.
and I'm tiny.
May I pick you up?
Sure.
And he picks you up.
I've been wandering around this place all day.
Oh yeah, literally all day. You're running out of snacks there, bud. Eventually you do are taken to a stall. There's gems.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How much do I owe you?
Nothing. It's,
Are you sure?
yes. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And you turn around and you're standing on the edge of the stall, and you see this very like Highland cow looking furball, and she's like, "Hey, my dude, welcome to my stall of stones."
Can I just sit down for a minute right here?
Take your chill wherever you want, just not on the goods, my little dude.
You got it. Sit
Oh, man.
sit nice and cross-legged where I'm standing.
What is he? Or she?
She's a Highland Furbolg.
I show her my brooch. I'm looking for gems like this one.
Oh,
Do you have any of those or know where I can get some?
I have one, and I think it was like speaking to me because I wasn't going to bring it. And I'm like, all right, little gem, let's go, because you totally spoke to me and said you might be sold today, and here we are.
Excellent.
I like this character already.
Put the brooch back on and just sit there. Oh my gosh.
We will kill for them. Don't even know what their name is, but they're going good list.
They're going on the protect list.
Did you give your name?
Yes, I will.
You're going
Eon
on
Loki.
the list of characters
Oh,
fans to
Eon
learn their
Loki.
trade from.
That's such a cool name. It's like so sci-fi. Like, I almost picture you having a brother like named Thor or something. Hope you're not really a mischief maker.
I'm not gonna deny that I do sometimes, but none for you. Unless you so desire to have a little excitement, then I would be happily to give you some mischief.
Well, the name's Stella High.
Stella, hi. Pleasure to meet you.
Indeed she is.
The party is breaking. We all
Nikolai's breaking. He's so exhausted and frustrated.
we needed a good laugh at the table.
Oh, yeah.
I love this character.
She's like, all right. So you want to talk shop about the magical rock? All right. Well, we totally got this. All right. How's a 5 round of gold sound?
Well, I would like to see the rock.
Oh, sure, little man. It's a little big for you. I'll have it delivered to
I
you.
have a bag of holding.
It's
Or is
still
it that big?
She's like, hold on. She turns around and she starts fishing around, and she holds up this rock that's in her hands. That's just taking up both her hands.
Uh-huh. Is it the right gem?
Yeah, it's the right gem.
Oh,
It's not actually carved out. It's rough.
oh, that's
but
fine. I want to carve it.
It's the size of a basketball.
Fuck yeah.
Stella, thank you. Can I just hang out here for a while?
Ain't no problem to me. Hang out as much as you need to, little guy.
And I will just talk shop with her.
And she is talking shop back so excitedly.
It's like, do you find these yourself? Are you a broker? Do you make them? Because the one I got to make this one and others was created by some type of alchemist, I guess.
Nah, little bro, I don't find them myself. Snizzerdoodle finds them.
Who?
My brother, Snizzerdoodle. He goes out and he
Snizzerdoodle.
finds the rocks.
Cool.
What a name.
That name alone is pretty much just, alright, getting a pen, adding them right under Stella High. Know nothing about them. They're probably going on the good list.
Stella High and Snizzerdoodle. Okay.
What other gems does she have, actually?
She has all sorts. Just
Huh.
all these beautiful gems. But they're all significantly more priced, and you're probably putting two and together that some sort of weird mystic was selling gems. Like, she just, like, has them there and waiting for the right seller.
Oh, okay.
So you guys head off, and you head off in your direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, may you both have a good eve.
To you as well, good sir.
It's nice meeting you.
You as well.
Let's
Oh.
find,
Mongo. Good luck with the acquiring of scrolls.
Thank you.
And bows gently and heads off with you.
let's find Kippa and Surmir.
Then let's try to find a way to get over the awkwardness of everybody knowing more about us than...
We know about them.
And you know why he knows so much.
Yep. And that's the best part. They don't know at all.
Not a
Already-
fucking clue.
Already kind of coming to terms with it. It's odd.
It's a bit fucking odd.
You kind of get used to it, but at the same time, you don't.
So
There was 5 gold.
yeah, so you head in and you speak to one of the basically the people working there, and they're like, yeah, and they guide you and take you through this place to another place, and you come to this really beautiful place. It's like one of the homes there, and there are guards just wandering around, noble guards, and it's basically a loft for just a noble to stay there. And you head inside and you see Kippa with her cleric and the paladin and another servant. And she's just sitting there, and you see all these books stacked up, and you see a note that she has on them of like, these are read, these have not been read. And you see all these scrolls across this massive like dining table that never gets used.
She's got so many fucking books she needs an in and out stack.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She reads all the time.
Just out of curiosity, did he get announced when he was coming in?
Yep.
Because I'm just wondering what the official title is. Kippa's Himbo?
Probably just be his name, Scavenger Pearlstone.
Yeah. And you head in
Kippa's
and
Himbo.
she's just busily
Get you.
she's just reading and not really paying any mind.
Okay,
And she has books open and just reading, and
gently knock on the side. Hello, Kippa.
she looks over. Oh, it's Scavered.
I probably still look beat to shit, but
And she's like, she looks at you. You're supposed to watch out. What did you do to him?
I didn't do anything to him.
he
Longo?
did nothing.
Nothing!
Kippa. Don't approach.
He's the one who said he screwed up.
It's my fault. It's been taken care of.
If I did anything, he'd be way more glittery.
And the cleric's like, ma'am. And she's like, shut up. And the cleric's like, okay.
Go ahead and approach. Kneel before her and just take her hand, I guess, and like, I'm sorry. And I sit and talk for a bit because I need to understand some things.
It's like,
And I need to know if it's even possible. I don't know if it is, but there's something really important that must be done. And, Mongo, do you have any questions? If not, I would like to have some privacy for a little bit. I do not mind you staying to answer any, or ask or answer questions, but
Just... Please don't drunk dial any more deities.
Mongo, we were able to procure a large amount of scrolls that are being delivered to your abode. Only the most common of scrolls that we can get our hands on, but it should outfit you pretty well. We've also forwarded information on how to procure the ingredients for a wand as well.
Oh.
As you are quickly approaching and needing one of those to further your magical abilities.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
It's a lot of work. We can't procure certain ingredients of the wand. You have to travel, and I'll let you read the information yourself.
Yeah, there's a lot of lots to making one.
And you're seeing all the books that she has. Of like, certain. You see a book of like exotic creatures that she's been studying for some odd reasons.
Just a gem.
And she's like, if you want, you can stay. If you want, you can go ahead and head out as well.
No, I better get to reading, because, just don't hit him in the face.
no,
Or the head.
No, she has every right to do so.
You don't have your fucking helmet, though.
Tango,
Remember, we're worried. Oh,
please.
The paladin steps forward.
This is important.
Look,
I
can
motion
you
to the paladin.
make
It's
sure
fine.
that he doesn't get any more concussions as I make my way to the door.
It's fine. Do what you need to do.
Try not to have too much fun.
and you get this weird glare from the cleric.
What?
What?
People aren't allowed to have fucking fun.
The rest of you, actually, mind if I do something real quick?
The paladin's like, we're not leaving.
That's fine. I do not ask you to leave. It's okay if I cast a spell.
The paladin steps in front of Kippa. Go ahead.
And place down a zone of truth. Kippa, I have many questions to ask, and there's so much that I need to say. And no matter what's said, you gotta accept it all.
You hear from the corner of the room that you couldn't see when you came in. You're like, dig that grave like your father, sir, asshole. And Sir Mir is propped up, leaning back.
Hello, Sir Mir. Hell of a swing there. I deserve that.
You literally asked for it.
Literally.
And he's just drinking from a cup, and it's probably not alcohol.
I understand why my father wanted you to be around. Very loyal, an excellent friend. Pippa,
And she's like, she goes over and she sits back down.
do you have any questions for me? Anything that you want to know? Anything that you need to know?
No, I know everything. I have my own spy network, and they keep tabs on you. And the rest of the family. I know what's going on, and you need to go out and adventure and get stronger.
Yeah, I do.
And you hear from the corner, yeah, I had to make a promise to Lady Kippa. You don't get to settle down until you can beat me in a one-on-one, asshole.
Oh, fuck.
Seems I have a lot of work to do. I still have a lot of training to do with you as well. Kippa, I have several questions to ask.
Cheese looks at you. Ask away.
Well, first one, it's rather important. I do not know if it is possible, but is there a way to speak with the individual in the mountain? They have something really important they need to hear from me.
Which?
The one that only the family spoke with.
Oh, that one. We can try to get a message to them, but as you know, Humphrey paid a dear price for that.
Right.
You're taking a long, lonely walk back. But you probably know you're not alone. There are people watching you.
Yeah.
I do not ask of any favors. I'm not looking for anything. It's just something that I need to say. Something that they need to hear.
Prepare a scroll and we can see what we can do.
Jesus, cat. You step all over my chips. Thank you.
Well, they're his now.
He just looks over like, and?
And it's more or less just a simple, I understand, and it needed to be done. All is forgiven.
And she doesn't even look at the message. She just rolls the scroll up, and she puts the pearl stone crust on it, and puts it together, and it's sealed within some sort of container that you're trying to fidget with a little bit, probably in your hands, and you can't unseal it. It's sealed to a specific person now.
Kippa, in your times before me, is there anything you ever done that you ever regretted?
One. There is a particular bully in town, and I pushed him down the well.
Go Kippa!
Go Kippa, yeah.
That's understandable.
Taking on a little Kippa. Jeez, what the fuck?
Kipper will probably
Pick
like
on you, though.
Kipper will probably like the story of what Diane
What
did to
transpired
a
there?
Unless that's how she refers to minotaurs and the kid really didn't do anything.
I only asked because I realized that
And hope he could
there's
swim.
a lot we don't really fully still know. You know a lot about about my family and a lot about the others. I don't know if I've ever shared with you any of the things that you don't know about us. Go ahead and at this time share every little detail about Scabbard.
And she sits and listens very intently. And you're seeing how, like, there's that certain wisdom to her already of having to run the kingdom. It's kind of terrifying to you that she's already absorbed this position and that she can sit and listen with a certain intensity and take in all the details and process them without even so much as, like, changing an expression.
Once I finish, the only reason why I share this is because I want to know and understand if there's anything you've ever done. I need you to know that no matter what, I will forgive it.
And she just kind of like, I just pushed someone down a well. He broke both legs and an arm and nearly drowned. That's about the only thing guilty I'm carrying around.
Just share that he accidentally killed someone that was actually someone good, but was actually like just hiding as a bandit.
No, Nikolai killed him. Burned him to a fucking crisp.
But yeah, also share all the details.
Yeah. While you're talking with Kippa, Mongo, what are you doing now that you're on your lonely trek back?
Making my way back.
I
downtown.
walk a lonely road, the loneliest road. Do you visit some alleyways?
On the way back, I guess if I find an interesting shop or something, I might stop in.
Investigation.
But the question is, does he go down the street or across?
Is that a chicken?
Or suicidal.
So, the broker
It goes across and it goes down.
is actually kind enough to return you back to your doorstep. Wishes you a good night.
I would have had him wait for just a second.
Okay, he waits at the door.
I'm going to get one of the pots from the room and transplant one of the flowers that I had got to give to him.
Okay.
This is like excited shuffling. As best as a centaur can shuffle.
Shuffle, 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 shuffle. It's like super shuffling.
Yes.
Oh my god, imagine if a centaur put on socks and built up static electricity. It would be a static jolt.
I've been very staticky today. I don't want to think about it.
Is that how a centaur casts lightning bolt?
I actually have a red dot on my finger from that.
He's actually like so surprised that you come back with it, and he's just bright in the face. Like, are you sure?
Yes. I wanted to give one to you, I wanted to keep one for myself, and I wanted to give one to Mongo's sister, Sony.
Thank you.
Of course. I saw how excited you got whenever I was presented these flowers, and it would have been selfish of me for me to keep all three. And besides, I can always plant more.
He just smiles and holds the flower up, and you see him go slightly across it, and he's like, "Oh, you're such a beautiful specimen. I love you."
Oh my god. Plant mom. The info broker is a plant mom. Yep.
Next time we are together, I will show you my garden.
Please and thank you.
Oh, that's gonna be a trip for Cayenne.
That'd be a fun trip.
Bring your allergy medicine.
Just wondering how many dumbass trees the beholder planted.
Imagine if she gets a spell called Plant Dumbass Tree. Someone has to be critical in hit points, and she just plant a dumbass tree.
Can that
Slam
please
him
be a
into the ground and
thing?
turn him into a tree.
Can that please be a thing? Poison Ivy did it in the comics and stuff.
Grab. No.
Just choke slam
So-
him into the ground.
Transmutation school.
There's
definitely.
one last question I have for Kipla.
Huh.
Right. Kippa. I've been meaning to ask. I know it's, Are you well? Everyone's always around you as if you're sick.
Kippa's
It
like,
leaves me horribly worried.
Kippa just reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder. I'm perfectly healthy. People are just overly paranoid because of the position I'm in.
Which is not a lie.
It's okay. Can I get anything from that zone of truth there?
She's telling the truth.
It's not a lie.
Kippa is smart and knows how to use the right words.
She's very smart.
Not of understanding. If you do not, I'm turning to the cleric and paladin there. If you do not mind, I'd like to stay with my wife for the night.
And, Sir Mayor's like, I will be heading to my room. Don't mind the fixtures on the wall. And he motions to the
Nothing like that.
He motions to the cleric and the paladin. They're not permitted to leave her. So you'll have to get used to them staying in the room with you.
That's fine. We just have a lot to talk about.
Do you get anything else at the...
Yeah, I do. Nikolai does know the magical use properties of gems, so I'm looking for other gems that could maybe at least somewhere down the line have some type of value use in magical incantations and stuff.
Okay.
Happy Spartans.
So, at this time at the table, since we are getting really late, we're not calling it a night yet. We're going to do something. So a week goes by in this town. You'll be able to message me, discuss what happens during that week. And everybody's kind of settling into, their role, essentially. You've received the scrolls, you've received yours. You've gotten training from Sir Mir on how to handle things, and his training leaves you very, very sore. And it's like watching a training montage of just like, you go to swing at him, he throws you across the room, and it's just like, get back up, going back to it.
I would probably be training using Father's equipment. I wonder if he has anything to say about that.
He actually has a bit of emotion to him for once. You see that like starkness of Sir Mir crack for a moment as he looks at you, and it's like a recognition of like he sees a mirror of his Seagate.
Best friend.
Yeah. And you can see that it hurts a little bit deep down inside.
I understand.
I'm sure you spend a little bit more time with the broker.
I'm thinking of like,
Yes. Find out any kind of information that would be helpful for Osling.
You do get some names back eventually.
Figured something.
So we're going to finish off on this moment of lightheartedness for the night. You guys are back at the house, enjoying breakfast and such, and Osling comes in, and you've been seeing it gradually over how she's been having to get used to the noble thing. And you've actually helped her style based off of what the information broker styled for you to achieve a look that's works. And while she doesn't have, like the headdress, she's actually quite startling. Like, she looks presentable, and you can still see she's like, this isn't comfortable. And what stops you dead in your tracks, Mongo, is you're sitting there and you're probably having some food, talking amongst them, and you see Oslin, and you're like, that's normal. Yet she looks so presentable. Like her hair is actually pulled back into like a braid as well. And you look over, and all of you look over, and you see Sunny come in, and she's actually wearing your mom's robes. And she just looks like a stark image to a degree of Mom.
You two look very nice. The look suits you very well.
Cindy's like,
It takes some time getting used to all the pretty, shiny things. But it's nice once you get used to it, I guess.
In that week, could I have gotten the 2 brooches completed?
yep, you would have had those completed.
I take the opportunity to present those to Sunny and Milne.
In that time, would I have been able to try and alleviate some of this exhaustion and just try and make amends with Muhammad?
It eventually wears off over the course of the week. You find out the monumental task that you need to do to actually make a wand over the course of the week.
I think Cayenne would have wanted to do the tiniest bit of training with Eric at some point.
Yep. You start down that path of understanding that and become more in tune with actually understanding how to translate your deity into an actual utilizing it. Utilizing her abilities that she's given you with the hemomancy and blood for the blood god. And you probably do stop by seeing Goblin Row. There's city workers there, and they're working with the goblins, and the goblins have no idea what's going on, and they're being renovated, essentially, giving proper places, and the goblins are like, you hear every once in a while, the Cayenne has gifted us. And you hear almost like a kumbaya song as they're all singing together. The Cayenne is generous. The Cayenne is godly. She is wise and powerful and shines upon the goblins.
Okay.
Congratulations, you have a cult.
Of goblins.
Not a cult.
Yeah.
And you're also allowed to spend more time with Kippa. She makes more time to hang out with you and
I
spend
would
with her.
Probably, it would be a bit of a stretch, but probably try and take her into the actual city. Probably guarded.
It's hard because so many people know who she is, and it's usually an entire platoon with you guys.
I wanted to have at least just one day where she can just...
You can't get her that anonymous. People know who she is. You tried and you got fairly far into Midtown and they stopped you and they're like, because people just started approaching her and
I would just let her pick a place where she would like to eat, whatever she would like to do. If she wanted to
Buy the whole place out.
buy the whole place out.
Select clientele, so it feels more normal.
Around time there, I would try through Bahamut, try and make them.
Message me the things you would do during that week. But you're seeing the siblings are assuming their positions of taking over the nobility. Mellum, she's very well dressed, but she still has her goggles on. She's like, you ain't taking these from me.
I don't blame her.
And, yeah. It's interesting seeing those that are broken trying to find their way into nobility. And Sunny's actually getting a little bit better. She's spending a lot of time with Osling, and Osling is kind of guiding her towards a better direction.
I still love the compliment that Osling gave to Sunny. That was the cutest and most unexpected thing ever. You're sweeter than this cupcake.
So, with this time, a week's gone by in this town. You've been able to start to dig in and do the research you need and prepare for what Kippa has said. You guys need to go out and venture to get stronger, and you have leads. And you're realizing as a family and as a group, those that took out the Obscura were a rather organized group. And you can't take them head on, but you can sure as fuck take them out piece by piece. And eventually take the head off the snake.
Cut off the head of the snake.
This
Body
is Hydra, and
dies.
we have to keep on doing it.
Yeah, and you're realizing the path that, over the course of the week, the path you are going down.
Make sure that everyone in the party knows. Like, yeah, fucked up big.
Tell us the story of what you did.
Do not
what you done
let
did.
me fall like that again.
You find out exactly. I wonder what your words will be. You find out exactly at a dinner where it's just you guys, the four of you, and you find out how badly he fucked up.
He was in a really bad place.
It's a moment of Cayenne's hand is around his throat. Claws digging into his jugular vein.
No resistance.
If you fall that severely, at any point, your life is forfeit.
You guys have to explain this religion stuff to me.
We don't allow evil in this household.
No, and he invited in the worst of it.
Yep. You let all that anger and hate just well up and yeah.
That's the reasoning for the high priestess's reaction.
You brought this bad juju in my temple.
Repent.
Oh, he's paying for it. He's going through his own little personal rituals, or his own little penance.
Yeah.
And Cayenne definitely would have took the time within the week to give that flower to Sunny.
She loved it.
It would have instructed her on how the flower thrives on love and compliments.
It's kind of funny because now that you presented her with this flower, and you see Sunny walking through the house, marching with this flower, just talking to it happily. Just pacing throughout the house, talking to this flower.
The best part is that the flower looks like it's made of sunshine. So makes Sunny even more sunny.
And, yeah, you get to meet Sunny's actual tutors.
Cool.
And they are from the Mage City, and they're just serious fucking business.
Oh no, I'd be trying to get a couple of lessons myself.
Oh no, they give you the cold shoulder, like ice. They're like, we're not here for you. We're here for her.
Fuck off, little cat.
Still gonna try to find one.
Definitely see if it's even possible if Kippa can teach me a little bit about the upper common so I can somewhat understand it.
She tries to. But you're seeing how much... Every time you go visit her, there's a new exchange of books that she's reading and going through, or books that she's worked her way through, and you're like, God damn, she reads a lot.
Perhaps I should start reading more.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
Cayenne, you do notice that Kippa might be getting a little bit rounder.
Oh.
A little bit fluffier. Scabbard, it's oblivious to you because she's fuzzy and you're just like, oh, it's probably just like a coat coming in.
It's probably like a seasonal thing.
Just fur.
Yeah.
Just
fur.
fur.
Just fur.
It's just
Winter
fur.
coat's coming in.
She's
I've already
she's wearing
been there
the
that
old
long.
the old oven mitts. Her hands are inside her jacket. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense because we left at the very end of, like, wasn't it like the middle of spring or the end of spring? It's been a good few months, so yeah, it's probably getting into fall now.
Yeah. So, you guys spend the time in the city. The things you'll message me what they are, what you guys want to accomplish. And you're at this week later point of being within the city and, as I mentioned, going around in circles. The siblings have taken up their position of being representatives of the respective kingdoms. Sunny's got her tutors, and she's constantly in tears when she has to deal with them. And you're just finding out how deep the rabbit hole goes as far as, like, the things that you'll hear her talking to Osling about it. It's like her airing out to a priest, essentially, or a priestess in this case, about these are the things that were done to me, because she can relate to Osling. And every once in a while you'll pick up on it here and there of what actually happened to her. That it wasn't just, materialistic things that she had to do for nobles. It was other things that she was expected to do as well.
Ow.
We'll definitely speak with the council about
That's a terrible thought, sorry.
some ideas of maybe getting Wraith into our hometowns as eyes and ears.
Yeah, Wraith's already working on her network with Coin. Her and Coin are interworking together and creating this really strong network.
Oh, good. Oh, God, rogue bards. Fuck.
Probably one.
I definitely would have tried to get at least one guest appearance from Careless Whiskers and Coin. Even if it's just for an hour, just for shits and giggles, just to
one
make
song.
because Clue asked, and Clue is awesome.
Actually, yeah, this would actually.
Clue is free sword now.
Given the circumstances of what had happened, probably being told enough to be like, hey, is there a way we can reach out to Fott?
What do you want to fought?
Someone that understands deities. Someone who'd be willing to help us.
Are you asking Fought to be your guys' personal cleric? The cleric on the council is Fought.
That.
What a fucking promotion for him.
That would actually be pretty cool.
He has helped us greatly.
Oh, and with Cayenne's deification in the Goblin Row, he might find a new family.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh no, the dread over there.
He
I'm
might
fine
also
with- I'm
get to
fine
course
with-
correct them too. It's like, no, I know deities. She's a really good person, but she's not a god yet.
Yet. That's the key.
I personally know
I'm
that
fine. I'm
Cayenne.
fine with
Actually-
Fought, to be honest, because he's been like the one cleric who has actually been the most helpful so far.
And on top of that, goblins, as far as we know, are not easy to educate, but a goblin teaching goblins?
Oh boy, this can only go bad. You know one goblin that would actually be good at teaching other
Oh
goblins.
yeah. Yeah, Holtz would be fucking amazing.
Holtz.
Holtz.
And do you put out that word for Pulse to see if she would be interested in teaching goblins?
Yeah.
She responds back, and you just see, ha, 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 okay. I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Do we want to send a letter to Augie?
No. Remember, we're not supposed
That's
to.
right, we're not supposed
not
to, so we will
supposed
not. I will ask
There's-
one last thing of Kippa. Does she happen to have any friends from her homeland? Or even her father knew any friends from her homeland that would be an ally?
You get probably the worst response you can get. Kippa was a loner. That basically she stuck to books and working in the shop. Don't squeeze too tight, you might pop. don't want to scramble any eggs.
Don't do that. Although that is part of the reason why I was chuckling. Imagine if it's like just like kiwi egg size compared to just big ass fucking.
I am curious based like legitimately on Kippa's size.
She's looking like
Like,
this.
but
It's like a chicken laying egg. I mean, she is fuzzy.
One thing that he would make sure that she knew though is that if she is for whatever reason has things to hide, he understands. Understands it's probably for a really good reason.
Yep, I have stuff planned for next week. So, with the week having gone past, we'll pick up next week at the end of this week in the town.
Cool.
Because you guys are going to message me things that you wanted to accomplish. We're going to say goodnight to everybody at home and thank you for joining us despite the problems. And we hope to see you next week because it's going to be a pretty crazy session, much like these. We hope everybody has a good night.
Yes.
Oh, it was a wild ride tonight.
And we hope to see you next week.
Yes. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Thank
Don't
you.
forget to share.